issue of financial strategies, which I know is a big issue, and also data, so that we keep on making our decisions on the basis of evidence. And I'm really, really, again, say impressed that the suggestions are based on data that has been collected in this country. So again, thank you. Thank you very much, Francis. Okay, so this now brings us to the end of the keynote address session, and we will continue with the oral presentations in the different venues. But before we go there, again, I plead with you that we go to the booths to look at the exhibitions that have been put before us. So I thank you very much, and I wish you all the best in the upcoming sessions. Thank you. Sure,
Hello, can we start? Can you please get back to your seat and then we start the presentation. Now, can I know the presenters if they are here? We have Dr. Peter Mabula. Peter, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Good. Peter, can you check your mic if it's off?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Great. Yeah.
Peter will give a presentation on evaluating the impact of training program in pre-hospital trauma care and the mental health for traffic police in Arusha, in Tanzania. And can we have Pedro Palanjo? Can you come this way? Pedro will speak about poor blood pressure control despite modest medication adherence. It's time to reorganize practice. And we have Nelly. Is Nelly available? So Nelly will speak about skin diseases and their patterns in PEP. This is a project implementing district in Tanzania. And do we have Saida Shabir Suleiman? Yes, can you come into this one? Yeah, we'll speak about the prevalence of new onset diabetes mellitus, associated factors and outcomes of hyperglycemia on mortality among hospitalized COVID-19 patients at the Bugando Medical Center in Mwanza. So we have five presentations this morning, and at least 15 minutes for each of the presentation. Then we can hear from the presenters, and then we have questions. So in case you have question for each of the presentation, just note down your question, and then after the oral presentation, we will have time for question and answers. So we make sure we have enough time for that. And my name is Humphrey Mazigo from the School of Medicine, the Catholic University of Health Sciences. So Peter, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Yeah, so you have 10 minutes. This is 15 for presentation. Please go on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mazigo, and thank you, everyone. Good morning, all listeners. As I've been introduced, I'm Dr. Peter Mabula. I am an emergency physician based in Arusha, Northern Tanzania. And I'll be presenting on evaluating the impact of a training program in pre-hospital trauma care and mental health for the traffic police in Arusha, Tanzania. As you all know that in Tanzania and Arusha included, we don't have any formalized emergency medical services. So Arusha, as of recent data from the census, is a state, the region of more than 2.3 million people, where police, traffic police to be specific, are the first responders based on the fact that we don't have formalized EMS. And these police officers, they have no whatsoever training on medical rescue. And so the fact that they are the first one to be deployed on the scene, the outcome of the victims is always poor. And for them, they suffer psychological stress and so on, based on the fact that they are not medically prepared to handle those kind of circumstances. So the aim of this training is to address the gap, the fact that we don't have formalized EMS, as I said earlier on, and the police officers, particularly the traffic police, are the first responders. We thought it was a good idea to equip them with the knowledge and skills so that they know how to handle victims when trauma do happen. And talking of the trauma across Arusha, we managed to have to scale down and formalize a training which it takes about 12 hours in a series of 3 days. This curriculum was developed from different sources, including closer trauma, life support, international trauma, life support, wilderness medicine, stop the bleed, and WHO ICRC, basic emergency care, of which I'm one of the master trainers. This is a WHO training mini course. And the mental health was developed from, curriculum was developed from COPI. COPI stands for Corando O'Toole Paramedic Incorporated. This is a US-based organization, non-for-profit organization, which has been working hard to make sure that this training is scaled down in Arusha, and we hope it will go beyond Arusha across the country. So the procedure and analysis of this training was done. It has been 4 years since we started. So every year we do one training, and this year we did where we had a maximum of 44 participants or traffic police from across Arusha region. And it was analyzed by using Wilcoxon rank sum test and data, and using Starter 13 software. So as you can see, the demographic characteristics of the traffic police officers, we have age, mean age of 36, and out of that, 17 were female. And as you can see, the educational levels, like more than 81% are certificate holders, with a few diploma holders and very few bachelor degree holders. And most of them are constable police, corporal, and sergeant. And this has been, they have been working for at least 5 years, and basically in Arusha region, different districts. And very few of them had received EMS training before. This is about 24 of them. Now you can see the knowledge gap between pre and post training. So as you can see on your left side, the mean score was 15.5 before training. And the 12.7, and after training it went up to 15.5, with which was significant with a p-value of 0.001. So talking of after training knowledge on EMS among police officers in Arusha, you can see with the previous training, knowing that we have done this for 4 years consecutively, and some have been retrained. So the mean score for police officers who trained before was about 16.4, whereas those who came for the first time was below, down to 14.7. And so the discussion here is that this had found to be very variable with the increased knowledge of pre-hostile EMS among police officers. following a 12 hours training, which is scaled into in 3 days of training. So this training is more of practical hands-on skills so that people get to practice, because remember, these are not medics, so they need to be taken slowly and comprehensively so that they get the skills needed. And so we found that there was much improvement in knowledge on the pre-hospital EMS, and similar to different reports across the world. And this gives us an encouragement to continue doing. And we propose that this will be done in a long-term scale so that we can maintain this knowledge among us police officers, because we know with the time, once everything is had stopped, they may forget. And you have to remember that there are new police officers coming in who have no knowledge about EMS whatsoever. So we need to be doing this continuously so that the new ones coming in, they get the knowledge, and we continue refreshing with the previous trained police officers. So in conclusion, a brief training, relative 3 days of training on EMS, the pre-hospital EMS, can increase essential knowledge for responding to motor traffic injury emergencies. That means we can scale down to those who have been trained and those who are gone taking these courses, and making sure that there are no police officers who are less trained or are not trained, but everyone has to be on board, and making sure that we develop those who seem to score much better, who are more knowledgeable. We take them down to TOT so they can teach their junior ones, and that will be sustainable in the long term. So training is equally beneficial for those with and without prior EMS training, because we saw from the data that both groups had significant improvement, though the gap is between those who have had this training before and those who are newly trained. So that means we can scale down and train both groups, new ones and the older ones. At the end of the day, we merge them and make sure that everyone is trained and has the skills and knowledge necessary to save lives. That's the end of my presentation, and I would like to acknowledge the Police Tanzania, especially the Traffic Policy Unit, COPI, that's Corando O'Toole Paramedic Incorporated, in relationship or in partnership with the Same Qualities Foundation, which is a non-for-profit organization of which I'm a founder and director. We recognize the hard work which has been done by Hennepin Healthcare and Prayer Care, which is these two organizations, including the third one, which is COPI, based in the US. But we also appreciate and acknowledge the COPI volunteers, as you can see their names on the board, and the COPI team led by Nathan Koranda, who is online watching the presentation, but also Dr. Godfrey, who is based in Mwanza, but he's en route from the US back to Tanzania, who has done a tremendous job to assemble all these materials. But also we recognize the hard work of Dr. Michael and Dr. Eric, who did a good job of translating the materials into Swahili from English for the police officers. Thank you for listening, and I will be happy to take questions at the end of the final presentation, as it has been said before. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Peter, for your presentation and for keeping time. And I will request you to remain online for the section of question and the answers, while you can also be listening to other.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Pedro. So Pedro, you will introduce yourself. I did not get your profile.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pedro Palangio. I'm a cardiovascular physician working with Jakaya Kikwete Cardiac Institute, and I'm currently the head of research training and public outreach. So it's an absolute honor to present the findings of our recent study on medication adherence amongst hypertensive patients in Tanzania. So as we are all aware, hypertension continues to be the leading non-communicable disease globally, and the same picture is seen in our setup as well. These particular figures display hypertension control rates, treatment rates, diagnosed but untreated rates, as well as undiagnosed rates in various regions. And the bottom far right, that is the sub-Saharan African region where we all reside in. And unfortunately, the region we are in has the worst control rates and has the highest proportion of undiagnosed hypertension. So we still have a long way to go regarding this. As the main focus of today's topic is on medication adherence, it is important to note that hypertension, with all its biggest toll everywhere, is the simplest of the diseases to diagnose. You simply have to use just a BP machine and measure the blood pressure rate. But as well as treatment, treatment is concerned, we all know that there are medications to control hypertension. Nevertheless, the rates of blood pressure control all over the globe are very poor, particularly in our setup, and we'll share what we have seen in our local findings as well. As far as WHO is concerned, medication adherence is multifactorial, and in this particular slide, we are seeing 5 of the so-called major dimensions of adherence, ranging from patient-related, therapy-related, healthcare system-related, condition-related, as well as social and economic status-related. But it is estimated that about 50% of all hypertensives discontinue the use of medications within a year of diagnosis, and worse, those who continue with medications, less than 50% actually attain blood pressure control. There are various studies that have been conducted regarding medication adherence amongst hypertensives in our setup. Here I'm displaying an earlier study that was published by Professor Maro and Wakatare in the 1990s. And they concluded that there was a need for improvement of patient-doctor communication. And adherence in this particular study was around 47%. This was a study that was conducted, which was assessing patient and healthcare provider perspectives on adherence. And in this study, they raised the issue of affordability of antihypertensives as one of the barriers. Patient education was again mentioned in this particular study, and use of local herbal medications was mentioned as one of the hindrance. JKCI colleagues published this study that was conducted in 2015 but published in 2020, and this one looked at medication adherence amongst heart failure patients, a population that predominantly was made of hypertensive population. So it's important to note the observations from this study. So non-adherence rates in this particular study was literally 3/4, so about 75%. And non-adherence was associated with high levels of pre-hospitalization as well as mortality. In this particular study, cost was the main barrier, but it's important to note that less than 1/4 of all participants were insured by then. This recent publication is the main topic of today's morning, and we published this just a couple of months ago, and this is the one that we looked into our hypertensive population. So just to share with you on the social demographics, we managed to recruit 849 participants. Females were the largest group, contributing about 2/3 of all participants. Age group over 60 was the most predominant, comprising about 50% of all participants. And unlike the earlier study that we conducted 7 years ago, in this particular study, about 3/4 had health insurance. We used the pill count adherence ratio to assess for medication adherence, and that's the computation of this particular method. So this slide is displaying how much awareness regarding risk factors for non-communicable diseases in general, but cardiovascular diseases in particular, that was observed in our population. And surprisingly, apart from excess fat intake and salt intake, which were reported by rather larger proportion of participants, the rest of the risk factors, including overweight, physical inactivity, excess alcohol intake, smoking, were reported by relatively very low proportion. The right-sided bar graph in blue is displaying the lifestyle characteristics as far as these risk factors are concerned of the population that were included in this particular study. So of note there, insufficient physical activity as well as excess body weight were actually very high in this population, which is already diagnosed with a cardiovascular disease. This particular slide, is displaying barriers of adherence. In this particular study, we were interested with 13 barriers of adherence, and comparing to the previous study that we conducted 7 years ago, that cost was the most predominant barrier. In this time round, cost was actually 5th, and we noted that quite a significant number of barriers were actually health system related as well as provider related. The bar graph on the top there is displaying a comparison of these barriers from the previous study, which, as I said, cost was the most reported barrier. Regarding characteristics of antihypertensives use, so about 1/3 of participants were on a single pill, 36% on a double pill, and just about 1/4 on a 3 medication pill for hypertension control. Regarding the hypertensive class of drugs, calcium channel blockers and ARBs, followed by diuretics, were the most prescribed combinations. So using the cutoff point of 80%, which is the recommended one for assessment of adherence, using the method that we used, about 76.9% of all participants were found to be adherent. If we can recall what I said earlier regarding the earlier study, this rate was actually the rate of non-adherence. So things have actually flipped in the last 7 years, which is a pretty good finding. So we went further and performed logistic regression analysis to try to elucidate factors that were associated with adherence. And our logistic model had about 23 characteristics. During bivariate analysis, 10 of these characteristics showed significance. But when we performed multivariate logistic regression for control of confounders, 6 of the characteristics remained to be independent associated factors for adherence, and these included lack of health insurance, poor BP measurements, poor adherence of clinics, unavailability of drugs, run out of drugs before the next visit, and stopping of medications when asymptomatic. Now, that was adherence, pretty good news, but what about BP control? So less than 50% of all participants actually had attained good BP control, and our cutoff point in this study was less than 140/90. Surprisingly though, just 2.7% of all participants were aware of this cutoff point, which actually raises concerns over communication between us providers and our patients. Looking at BP control by adherence status, 45.3 of those adherent were found to have good BP control, but those who are non-adherent as well, just 40.3 were also having good BP control. And comparing these two groups, there was no significance, which implies that we did not observe any superior BP control rates by adherence status. So what did we observe in this study? We made quite a number of observations. One, adherence has improved, no doubt, which implies that our advocacy on adherence has improved, and we should keep up on that. But as we have seen, the rates of blood pressure control were pretty much not in line with the adherence rates. So just to conclude, we want to send this message that medication adherence is not a substitute to lifestyle modification. So as clinicians, as healthcare providers, we should always make sure that we, as much as we advocate on the use of medications, which is important, but if we are not putting the same efforts regarding improvement as far as lifestyle modification is concerned, then our job is actually in vain. So this brings this presentation to the end. I would like to acknowledge my research team and the study participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. I think the next question here is how much physicians are contributing to poor adherence to drugs among the patient because of the poor communication. Because we never tell our patient what to do, just see this and then you go home. I know the burden of patients, but the next question is that on your one. Thank you, Peter. May I also now call Neri? I'm told Neri has a recorded presentation, and this is skin diseases, and there are patterns in the PEP for LEP implementing district in Tanzania. Yes, can we have that?
Good morning. My name is Dr. Nelly Mwageni. I'm a dermatologist at Uganda Medical Center and a PhD candidate in Kuhasi. And I would like to share my preliminary findings on skin diseases in the pattern in PEP4LEP implementing districts in Tanzania. PEP4LEP stands for post-exposure prophylaxis for leprosy. It is an implementation of trial on skin screening and encompassing as post-exposure prophylaxis for contacts of people affected by leprosy in Ethiopia, Mozambique, and Tanzania. In Tanzania, this trial is conducted in Morogoro, Mvomero, and Lindi. These are among the 20 districts in the country which have still reported high numbers of leprosy. Skin diseases are among common human illness. They occur in all cultures and all ages and affects up to 70% of individuals, with higher rates in risk subpopulation. Over 10% of the consultation at primary care centers in Africa concerns with skin problems, while signs and symptoms in the skin may be a clue to different other diseases like neurological diseases and underlying chronic illness such as HIV, AIDS, and diabetes mellitus. Of 20 currently known NCDs, 10 present with skin manifestation, which are also known as skin NCDs, whereby some of these diseases are also seen in our areas like leprosy, lymphatic filariasis, onchocerciasis, scabies, and deep fungal mycosis. Skin-related tropical diseases are known of their probability of causing onerous health and social impact because of their chronicity and the ability of causing lifelong disabilities. They may also cause physical challenges and may impair quality of life. Also, they are associated with a lot of stigma in majority of the patients suffered from them. Therefore, skin screening is an important strategy for diagnosing common skin diseases and skin NCDs. So the aim of this study is to determine the pattern of skin condition as screened in 3 districts that implementing FEFOLEP project in Tanzania. FEFOLEP compares 2 interventions. Intervention 1 is via community skin camps at the sub-village level, including 20 closest households and area where new lupus patient resides. And intervention 2 is via health facility, whereby household contacts from the house where a new lupus patient resides are invited for screening of skin diseases at a nearby health facility. So it is a cross-sectional study started on January 2020 and intended to end in September 2023. Population targeted is contacts of lupus patients who reside in Lindi, Morogoro, and in Mvomero. And eligible are all consented and assented lupus contacts from the closest 20 households around the house of consented lupus patient. So the procedure involves the registration of the lupus patient, and in this project are known as index patient. So index patient are the lupus patients who are currently on medication. So we ask for informed written consent to screen these contacts. So once they are agreed to participate and they are consented, we ask for permission from the local government and community leader to conduct the skin camps in that community without revealing the identification of the lupus patient. So then we set the camp in the community level, and we invite contacts from the 20 closest households. Ask for their consent to be screened, and once they are consented, are registered and screened for skin condition. So the ones who are found with common skin condition were given topical treatment. The ones who are eligible for chemoprophylaxis were given a single dose of rifampicin, and the newly diagnosed lupus patient were referred for treatment of leprosy in nearby health facility. A total of 2,736 participants were screened for skin diseases from the 3 districts of Tanzania from January 2020 to May 2022. 54.2 out of all screened were found with skin condition, ranging the age range from 0 to 110 years with a mean age of 25.51 years. 33.8% of all contact found with skin condition were below 10 years, 18.9% were between 11 and 20 years. Female were 55.0%, and most of these participants with skin condition were from Morogoro rural. 43.3% of contact with skin condition were farmers and animal keepers, while 30.1% were students. Majority of these participants who had skin condition at least attained primary level of education. 20.1% of all condition, of which majority had 2 skin conditions. Around 65 different skin conditions were diagnosed, and the top 10 most diagnosed skin conditions were tinea PTC, pityriasis vesicular, scabies, atopic eczema, tinea pleuris, tinea corporis, acne, urticaria, impetigo, and folliculitis, whereby 4 out of the top 10 most diagnosed skin conditions were fungal infection. 62.2% of our contacts who were found with skin condition had skin condition caused by infectious agent, whereby majority were fungal infection, and 18.7% of our contacts who had skin condition had inflammatory skin condition, and majority were atopic eczema. 11.9% of our contact with skin condition and skin NCDs, and majority were scabies. While majority of contacts who had other skin condition had acne and keratoderma. So these are examples of the skin diseases seen. 2 forms of leprosy were seen, the patchy form and the nodular form. We have seen also 2 forms of fungal infection, superficial fungal infection. This is a pityriasis vesicular, and the deep fungal infection. We have also seen superficial bacterial infection, and commonly this was seen among the society screened. This is a keratoderma, but it was not regarded as skin problem in the majority of the contact screened. So significantly, tinea PTC, impetigo, atopic eczema, and tinea corporis were seen among children less than 10 years, while pityriasis vesicular and acne were significantly seen among participants aged between 11 years and 30 years. Males had more of tinea PTC, pityriasis vesicular, scabies, folliculitis compared to female, and while female had more of acne and tinea pleuris and corporis compared to male. Lindy had more of scabies and tinea corporis, while Mvomero had more of tinea PTC and folliculitis. These are the curb conditions. Morogoro had more of urticaria and tinea pleuris. So 71% of all our contacts who had skin condition did not look for treatment of their condition, and of those who had reported to have been gone for treatment of the condition, 52.9% reported to have visited first the drug selling shop, while 45% went for health facility for treatment, and 2.1% reported to have visited the traditional healers. So the longer the duration the participant has a skin condition, the more likely for them to seek for treatment, and this was statistically significant, whereby only 8.6% of participants with skin condition for less than 1 month looked for treatment, compared to 50.6% of participants with skin condition for more than 1 year. The trend showed participants with asymptomatic skin condition had less likely chance to seek for treatment, and this was statistically significant, whereby 80.2% of participants with tinea PTC and 90% of participants with acne. These are conditions which are benign and mostly asymptomatic, did not look for treatment, while 76% of newly diagnosed leprosy in all patients who had lichen planus and psoriasis, either from mortal skin condition which are accompanied with pruritus, looked for treatment. There are no different in habit of seeking treatment between the three districts. So these are preliminary findings from the three districts that implement activity. Actually, the recruitment is still on progress, and indeed analysis will be performed at the end of the recruitment. To conclude, this preliminary pattern of skin diseases may be due to an expression of geographical, climatic, and socioeconomic characteristics of the skin population. Though skin diseases showed to have high prevalence in these areas, it was not regarded as a significant problem. Therefore, this is alarming public health measure. Integrated skin screening seemed to increase the chances of revealing a range of skin condition community, including common skin conditions, skin NCD. Therefore, outreaches and skin camps activities may promote awareness of skin conditions and facilitate early detection of some of these diseases, which are of public health importance, especially when contacted in endemic areas. Lastly, I would like to thank our project consultant partners and funders for supporting this project. Thank you.
So let's see the last one from Saida Chabri Suleiman. Karibu. On prevalence of new onset diabetic mellitus associated factors and the outcome of hyperglycemia on mortality among hospitalized COVID-19 patients at the Bugando Medical Center. Karibu.
Good morning, everyone. It's quite a privilege to present in front of an esteemed audience. So I'm Dr. Saida Shabir, a finalist from Bugando Medical Center, Kotas. So I'm going to present on prevalence of new-onset diabetes, associated factors and outcomes of hyperglycemia on mortality among hospitalized COVID-19 patients at PMC. As of November 8th, we have more than 630 million cases of COVID-19 globally, with more than 6 million deaths, while in Tanzania, we have around only 40,000 confirmed cases and 845 reported deaths. Of these confirmed cases, 80% present as mild or moderate disease, while 15% present in severe cases needing oxygen support, while only 5% present with critical conditions, such as ARDS or multiple organ failure. So just as a pathogenesis, because this is new to us, SARS-CoV-2 causes diabetes or hyperglycemia in two ways. First of all, it can cause a cytokine storm, which can increase your insulin resistance, thus hyperglycemia. And in the other way, it can also cause endothelial damage, which can lead to thrombosis and coagulopathy, leading to more of ARDS and multiple organ damage. On the other hand, hyperglycemia itself can also cause glycation of the ACE2 receptors, which is one of the sites of the viral entry, thus leading to more and more severe forms of COVID. On the other hand, the virus itself can also damage directly to the pancreatic beta cells, thus decreasing the insulin secretion and thus hyperglycemia, and thus the whole cycle repeats all over again. So on literature review, there were several studies done abroad. Meta-analysis by Satish et al., which was done in Europe, USA, and China, which included that the prevalence of new onset diabetes is 14.4%, while in Wuhan, there was a retrospective, eight retrospective studies whereby they found out that there's 35.7% of new onset diabetes. There was also increased odds of developing severe disease with hyperglycemia, with a high admission fasting blood glucose as an independent factor of poor outcomes by 20%, with increased risk of severity by 2-fold, and every increase in 1 millimole per liter in fasting blood glucose increased the severity by 33%. So how does hyperglycemia impact the patient clinically? It increases the inflammation. Once it increases the inflammation, there's more cytokines produced, and there's the insulin resistance increases. We already saw how it produces the coagulopathy through the inflammation itself. Impaired function of macrophages and neutrophils, this decreased immunity causes longer hospital stays and 85% of ARDS. There were also meta-analysis done by Lee et al., whereby patients with hyperglycemia were found to have needing mechanical ventilation, ICU admission. They also had a higher number of acute kidney injuries with acute cardiac injuries, and those patients diagnosed at admission with hyperglycemia, 63% developed remission at 6 months. However, 23.5% had overt diabetes in 6 months. So the problem statement is there's high mortality already we saw in the other studies compared to normal glycemia. There's also a dual burden of communicable and non-communicable diseases. Diabetes is a non-communicable disease, but if COVID is already an infectious disease causing another burden of to the diabetes. There was also another study done in Aga Khan, Dar es Salaam by Kassam et al., whereby they approximated 31.8% of COVID patients died due to obesity and diabetes. We also have scant data in the sub-Saharan regions with unknown magnitude of new onset diabetes among COVID-19 patients at our center. So the rationale was to fill this epidemiological gap and also identify the modifiable risk factors which will help in interventions to decrease the impact of hyperglycemia on the outcomes, and also assess the impact of hyperglycemia on the survival of these patients. So my research question was to what is the magnitude of new onset diabetes, its associated factors, and hyperglycemia? Is hyperglycemia associated with increased mortality in hospitalized COVID-19 patients, but specifically looking into the prevalence of new onset diabetes and to determine the risk factors associated with the new onset diabetes and to determine the association between hyperglycemia in hospital mortality. So this was a hospital-based cross-sectional study, which was conducted in the Department of Internal Medicine, ICU, and the VIP at the duration of 9 months. We included all admitted patients with positive COVID-19 test, aged 18 and above, and the exclusion criteria was any incomplete clinical data and non-diabetic patients. The data was collected in using coded questionnaire from patient's file and entered into MS Excel and analyzed using starter version 13 according to the objectives, specific objectives. The ethicals protocol was also followed. So we recruited 668 positive patients, out of which we excluded 81 patients who were already non-diabetic patients and 335 patients, out of which 270 patients were outpatients. So they were automatically not for our inpatient data. And a few also had incomplete data, especially the HbA1c and the inpatient admission glycemic levels. In the end, we included 232 patients who were enrolled for the analysis. So in social demographic characteristics, the age was, median age was 61, with the highest age that we had was 91 years old, and we had predominance of males, which was 72.4%. We also had quite a huge number of comorbidities, 50.4% had comorbidities, of which 44.4% were hypertensive and 44.8% were obese. The median range of oxygen saturation in room air at admission was 83, and some were even lower. And the median hospital stay was 9 days. However, we did have patients who stayed more than 1.5 months. So this is a distribution of patients according to the severity on admission. We had quite a few numbers of mild and moderate, while the severe cases were 82.8% and the criticals were 8.6%. So the associated factors of new onset diabetes on multivariate regression was found to be patients having history of hypertension and obesity. And independent predictors of in-hospital mortality on multiple regression was, again, history of hypertension, a serum ferritin level of more than 1,000, a D-dimer level of more than 1, and new onset diabetes. So the prevalence of new onset diabetes in this study was 17.24%, which is comparative to the studies done by Satish et al., which was 14.4%, and by Lee et al., which was 35.7%. However, the range can be different because we have different ethnicity and also different sample sizes. The factors that were associated with new onset diabetes, hypertension was 2-fold, obesity for the AMI of more than 30 was 4-fold. The reasons being already, we saw that obesity has a continuous range of silent inflammatory condition in which can increase your insulin resistance, thus increasing your hyperglycemia. So hyperglycemia in hospital mortality among COVID-19 patients, the overall mortality in our center was 26.3% versus 31.8%, which was in the study done by Kasam et al. In Aga Khan, Dar es Salaam. And the new onset diabetes had a 2-fold increase in death, whereby obesity had 3-folds and hypertension had 2-fold increase in death. The inflammatory markers that were also independent markers were found to be ferritin, which was 3-folds, and D-dimers, which was 2-folds. So in conclusion, the prevalence of new onset diabetes in this study was high. It was 17.24%, whereby new onset diabetes was significantly associated with presence of hypertension and obesity, which are both non-communicable and controllable. New onset diabetes was associated with increased in-hospital mortality of COVID-19 patients and predicted by history of hypertension, elevated serum ferritin, and D-dimer levels. So thus, we recommend that we do triage of these COVID-19 patients with hyperglycemia at admission, giving them an alarming to have utmost care, continuous glycemic level controls throughout their admission and even control after the admission. Routine screening of all COVID-19 patients should include the inflammatory markers, especially serum ferritin and D-dimers, and also have further studies to compare the outcomes of hyperglycemia in already known diabetes to those that are newly diagnosed diabetes. And again, make emphasis to tackle obesity and hypertension, which are one of the independent predictors for in-hospital mortality in COVID-19 patients. So I'd like to acknowledge my supervisors, Professor Sani, Professor Kaluvia, Dr. Kalopala, the COVID-19 team at BMC, all the members, faculty members, my fellow residents who were hand in hand together in treating these COVID-19 patients. Thank you.
Thank you, Saida, for your presentation, and I also would like to acknowledge all the presenters. These are medical doctors specializing in different fields. We always complain that those who are working in the clinical areas, they are always behind in terms of research, and they complain of the number of patients they have. They have too much work to do, but patient brings data the way you see here. So there is no excuse on that on our colleague. They come from the biomedical area, but we always push our colleague also to be on the research side. This is very good. So we have 15 minutes of questions. If you have any question, you can raise up your hand. We have someone with the mic. So at least yes, there's a question here. At least we have 2 presenters can respond to your questions on that one.
Yeah, thank you very much to this wonderful presentations. Congratulations, and I would emphasize what you just said. Clinics brings patients are bringing data for further analysis. I think this is a great opportunity. Now, my question goes to Dr. Zaida about the new onset diabetes. Did you also check for type 1 diabetes in your COVID-19 cohort? Because this is, at least in Europe, a big issue. New onset type 1 diabetes among patients recovering from COVID-19 in the post-COVID, in the post-COVID timeframe.
Thank you. Anna, yes. Say they note down the question and then we give you time to respond.
Yeah, thank you, Seda, for the presentation. It was nice. I just wanted to understand whether there were any role in mortality or any hyperglycemic control in patients, whether if the patient received steroids. Thank you.
Yes, there's another one there. Yeah.
My question is to Dr. Pedro. Thank you for the very good, wonderful presentation that you just made. But I just had a concern with regard to the intervention. So we have seen the problem and we know the problem, but taking a toll on the numbers that you showed, for example, of those who are undiagnosed and who are not coming to the hospital. So I do not know whether what the cardiac center is doing about in terms of the community approach. That is number one, but also in terms of education, education and awareness. Not many people know that too much salt intake is a good example that can lead to cardiac diseases. I once met a person who said if they eat too much salt, they will eat too much sugar to neutralize. So I just want to know with regards to the community outreach. Thank you.
Any other question? Yes, there are two, one here and there is someone behind them.
Thank you. My questions goes to Dr. Pedro and then to Dr. Saida. Dr. Pedro, well, with the poor blood pressure control, regardless of moderate adherence, you associated with the lifestyle modification. Did you also look about antihypertensive resistance? So this is also one of the drawback of antihypertensive response to treatment. Now to Dr. Saida. In the world of virology, genetic diversity is the critical issue and has a lot of implications in the article. Did you also look which variant were your patients more affected with?
Thank you. I have two questions. My first question goes to Pedro. I was asking, didn't you find that herbal medicine, the use of herbal medicine or local regimen as a barrier for adherence? Because many patients can, and when you ask them on why did they stop using medication, they could say that they changed their use of meds into local medicine. So I didn't see it as one of the barrier for adherence among your list. And my second question goes to Sarah. And I was asking, why did you choose to use serum ferritin and D-diamonds as inflammatory markers and leaving behind the other markers like CRP and AGP? Yeah.
So one last question is, two last questions, one is there and the one's here.
Yes, thank you guys. These are interesting presentations. So I'm just giving a comment and maybe this is question to everybody. So Dr. Pedro reported to us that only 2.7% knew the targets. Now I'm wondering who's being treated here. Is it the doctors? Is it the patients? So that's a big question. If patients are sick, they need to know the targets. If you're giving somebody treatment, you really need to tell them why you're giving them treatment. I guess that reflects the quality of our consultations. How many patients are we seeing? How many times do we spend with them? But at the end of the day, if you're seeing patients, every patient that comes to the clinic once in a month, they will spend 10 minutes. So in 12 months, that will be 120 hours. 120 minutes, basically. These are 2 hours. So the rest of 365 days, they are living on their own. So if your patients are not empowered, you cannot control whatever you're trying to treat. Thank you.
Professor Furia, this is a question, how much are we contributing to that as physician? Yeah. Yeah. She has a question.
Thank you very much for the very nice presentation, the three presenters. I think my question, Professor Furia has covered, but I would like to ask Dr. Pedro regarding the physician communication contributing to poor adherence. So what do you think will be the immediately action? Because I think this is to the whole country, how much physicians spend time with their patients that could impact adherence to the treatment. Thank you.
Okay, so Pedro, I had just a small observation. You did not check for the time the patient have been on these drugs. For her, or these chronic diseases, it's always a challenge. If someone is in the treatment for a long time, the adherence is also becoming very poor. So welcome to respond to the questions.
Yeah, so thank you very much for excellent questions. We'll try my level best to respond to them. Starting with the very last comment from Professor Furia and Madame there. As I presented from the very early study in the 1990s, physician communication was reported as a barrier. Sadly, about 20 years, 30 years along the line, still communication remains a very strong barrier. When I presented this to my colleagues at JKCI, so everybody was surprised that just about 2.7% of participants or of our patients could actually state their blood pressure target. But then we had to ask ourselves, do we really tell our patients with regards to this? So what I've observed is that us as clinicians, what we regard as priorities during our clinical services, I think we overlook some of the important things. And if I'm to respond to what is JKCI regarding the findings of this study we started doing is, for example, we have made a protocol with regards to both inpatient and outpatient services that now we have incorporated lifestyle as an important entity whenever we see our patients. So we have, for example, as in outpatients, we have now limited our physicians to spend a minimum of 10 to 15 minutes for every patient. And we are really going to do a post-assessment study regarding this. So we really want to see, apart from just dishing out medications, how much time and how rich are those conversations as far as discussing with our patients a lot of other factors that are important in the management of their chronic conditions, apart from just them swallowing medications. So it's just a matter of time. I believe in the subsequent conferences, I'll present to you whether this worked and how much it worked. Regarding the issue of local herbs, so it's an important thing, particularly in communities like ours, and it has been mentioned by quite a number of previous studies. However, in our observation, just 16 of the participants admitted on using herbal medications. And this included just the herbal remedies, including kitunguu saumu and the like. So we really had very small numbers to make any meaningful conclusions, and that's why I did not even mention it. Regarding Dr. Matias' question on whether antihypertensive resistance could have played a role in whatever we are seeing. Unfortunately, this was beyond the scope of the study, and we did not made any such assessments, but point taken, I think we should include that in our subsequent studies. However, based on what we have seen, we have no doubt that our poor communication, particularly on lifestyle, had contributed significantly to what we have seen, but very good question. And the very first question from the gentleman there regarding what's JKCI's community approach. So that question has just come at the right time. So as an institute, we have decided that we really have to reach out to the communities, because being a tertiary level hospital, we always receive the endpoints, and most often at that point, there is no turning back. So we, as the unit of research and public outreach, we have planned for various community outreaches, to be specific, 15 in this particular financial year, to various regions. We started with Arusha end of September. We just came back from Chato Zonal Referral Hospital, and we are going to go to various regions. So we do these community-based campaigns with 4 objectives. One is to reach out to the communities and offer the services. Secondly, we try to empower our local doctors and other healthcare providers on their awareness, but as well as on improving their skills to aid them to have timely diagnosis and timely referrals, so that we improve the quality of life of these patients in general, as we see them pretty late at JKCI. And other objectives. So we are working on this, and we believe that it will bear fruits in due time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pedro. Dr. Saida, can you please respond to that question?
Thank you for your questions. For the first question, whether we checked for type 1 diabetes in COVID patients in our center, we did not include patients with under the age of 18, so we did not check for type 1 diabetes. Neither did we check for insulin levels in our patients, whether they were complete insulin depleted or not. So we did not check for type 1. So the second question was whether the effect of hyperglycemia was due to steroids. So we did think about it, but however, our patients came we checked the at admission hyperglycemia. That is the at admission, they were already hyperglycemic without the use of steroids. We also had patients that we tapered down the steroids during their treatment, and still they did have continued hyperglycemia. And these were the patients that had over time stay more than a month or so. So no, these patients did not have steroid-induced hyperglycemia. About the variants, no, we did not check for the variants. So we did check patients from the second and the third wave. So possibly we were just checking the Delta or the first virus variant. And why did I choose inflammatory markers such as ferritin and D-dimer? No, I didn't choose them. We took all the patients had their ferritin, D-dimer, CRP together with an ESR. However, the ferritin and the D-dimers were the only independent risk for the mortality, in-hospital mortality. That is why I had highlighted them on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Can we please clap for our presenters? So such a good session this morning. So the next is we have a tea break. And then after this, we'll also have to go to our saloons. This will start at 11. We have the 2 satellite sessions, one for Kibongoto, which will be here. And then the second one will be on venue 2. The Kibongoto is integration of infectious diseases and non-communicable models and the lessons in Tanzania, and the child and adolescent mental health for room number 2. So we go for tea and then we join these 2 sessions before the midday. Thank you so much for coming for this session this morning. Have a good morning.
Good morning. It's time to start the next session. Good morning. We are starting the second session, and our session will have 6 presentations, and it will focus on the integration of HIV and the other non-communicable diseases, also integration of tuberculosis and chronic respiratory diseases, because the non-communicable chronic respiratory diseases, but also will highlight on the methodological approach that we are deploying to increase the intellectual capability and subsequently understand how best we can integrate non-communicable diseases and infectious diseases. The first presenter is Dr. George Mseng. Dr. George Mseng was the PI, the principal investigator of the project, which was focusing on the integration of non-communicable diseases among people living with HIV, and he will highlight on facts and fictions on the integration. Welcome, Dr. George.
So we're just going to give 2 minutes for the people at the back who are finishing their tea to please sit down if they're coming in this session. So at the back, please, can you, if you're taking your tea, you can sit down with your tea on your table. Just 2 to 3 minutes for that. Please, can you rush and take your tea and sit on your tables? 2 to 3 minutes for us to start.
So just to confirm, Lutugela Kiwili, our rapporteur. Okay, thank you. So very good morning again to everyone. Good morning, everyone. I think after tea, everyone is a bit hazy, but good morning, everyone. Don't make me make you stand up. Good morning, everyone. So my name is George Msengi. I was the PI to a study that we did from February this year until late June. And so we called our study the Tracer study. So I'm presenting on behalf of Professor Kaushik and Professor Swai. So the title was Availability of Comprehensive and Integrated NCD Services at Different Levels of the Healthcare System in Tanzania. And I will be your presenter this morning. So just to acknowledge, we had technical assistance from Dr. Judith. The database management and analysis was done by Gibson Kagaruki, and the study was supervised and report reviewed by Professor Swai and Professor Kaushik. And we had support from the regional NCD coordinators together with the representative from TAMISEMI. So these numbers have come over and over and over again regarding the death toll that has been accounted from NCDs. But the expectation is that by 2030, these numbers are going to go higher. Now, 3/4 of this death apparently or coincidentally are happening in low and middle income countries. And with that said, it's just a good image to try and analyze whatever we have in the financing that is happening. Now, this image has stuck in my mind, and if there was one thing that I wanted you guys to grasp this morning, this image right here. I'm not so sure how many know that the current financing on NCDs globally, out of all the financing of healthcare, is only 2%. NCDs contribute to more than 67% of death worldwide, and are on a very rising toll in Africa and low and middle income countries. But the financing is only 2%. There was a first financing meeting in NCDs that was done in 2018 in Copenhagen. And sadly to say, even after trying to raise more funds, it's still a big challenge when it comes to financing in NCDs. Now, when we take a breakdown of this financing that is of the 98%, when you look at the image down there, I'm not so sure if it's very clear for you, but I'll try to read it out. So of the finance of the death, we have 7% of the death that is being accounted from TB, malaria, and HIV, 9% from maternal, neonatal, and child health. We have 67% from NCDs. But in correlation, when we come to the financing and funding, as of 2017, TB, malaria, and HIV had funding of 36%, of which its mortality was only 7%. Coming down to maternal, neonatal, and child health had 31% of the global funding. But when it comes to its death toll, it was only 9%. 31% of the funding was from other places, and again, 2% was from NCDs. So if there is one reason why we should try and look at integration, this session is focusing on integration. So if there's a big reason why we should look at integration, is because we only have 2% of the funding and we have 67% of the burden. So taking a look at integration has been defined as organization and management of health services so that people can get the care they need when they need it in ways that are friendly and to achieve the desired results. So integration has been a cost-effective model for so many years. But when you talk about integration, there are two main models of integration that have been very, very much popular. Number one is adding, and number two is full integration. When I speak of adding, it means you already have an existing service, and so you add on to another service that is quite deficient. Whereas when you talk about full integration, whereby you have parallel services and you just integrate the two. Now, we speak of integration of NCDs and HIV because of so many reasons. But one of the big reasons is the epidemiological overlap between HIV and NCDs, and also the high prevalence of the two in low and middle income countries. And so people have spoken and have used the word sexy, that NCDs have not been very sexy to the world. So if they are not, let's look at something that has been catchy. and has been very well funded for a number of years. So in our study, we tried to look at integration of NCDs into the HIV programs in the country. And so our study aimed at assessing the practical capacity and capabilities of Tanzania health facilities to diagnose and manage NCDs. But additional to that, we tried to look at the integration of chronic conditions with NCDs, specifically HIV. These were our objectives, but for this talk this morning, I'll only focus on the last two, which is a reevaluation of the availability of gestational diabetes mellitus services at different levels in Tanzania, and assessing the availability of integrated care for NCDs within HIV clinics. And so these are a bit of our study details. We looked at all the operational zones, 7 operational healthcare zones in Tanzania. And our sampling had an inclusiveness of all the stages, which is from the zonal hospital, regional, district healthcare centers, and dispensaries. The integration model that we're looking at was GDM, gestational diabetes with or at the RCH clinics. So what were our outcomes? Now, some things are very much alarming, some things are very much interesting. But when we spoke about the availability of NCD services at the RCH clinics, this is what we found. There was quite a number in terms of the proportion of the health facilities which offered NCDs related services, such as health education, tests, and measurement for the past 3 months that we had gone to see them. And this was almost 60% of the facilities that we had visited. Now, all these facilities had provided growth monitoring services, health education, diet and nutrition, danger signs of pregnancy, breastfeeding. They had good medicine use in terms of availability of medication, measurement of blood pressure and weight. But only 80% of these facilities, to go an extra step, did height measurement and urine tests in terms of protein, sugars, and parcels, which was 63% of all the facilities. Now, when you look at the NCD commodities and HIV tests, correlation between the two, 95% of the facilities had blood pressure machines, weighing scales, height boards, tape measures in their clinics. But on the other hand, only 66% had hemoQs, 40% had glucometers, and 30% had biochemistry analyzers. Now, we did a comparative study. A GDM study was done in 2015, which is quite similar. And so later on, you'll see the results of what was then and what was in 2022, a comparative between the two. So over 80% of the facilities reported that for the last 3 months before the assessment, the HIV test kits, gloves, glucose test strips, and urine test strips for sugar and proteins were always available in the laboratory. Now, when you go to the basic medications, so we had NCD-related medicine and other commodities in terms of their availability ranging from 3% to actually 100%. So when you talk about medicines for malaria, STDs, these were available in all of the facilities. When you talk about medicine for anemia, HIV, anti-malaria, anti-helminthics, prednisone, and hydrocortisones, these were available at 90% of the facilities. But when you talk about some medications, such as anti-cancers, antipsychotics, and antihypertensives, these were available in less than 20% of the facilities, taking to note the facilities' criteria for what medication should be available. Now, some specific medications were available in lower levels, were not available in lower levels due to restrictions and authorizing guidelines. However, it is important to recommend basic medicines use. However, important and recommended basic medications use at all levels of the health facilities, such as folic acid, methyl-dopa, metformin, proved to be generally available. But it was quite shocking to find that folic acid was available in 6 out of 7 dispensaries, although out of stock in one of the 4, it was out of stock in one of the 4 zonal hospitals. So you can imagine a zonal hospital did not have folic acid completely. This was amusing. When you go towards the health facilities responses in terms of how they responded towards NCD's management. So we took a glimpse at, let's take a picture from hyperglycemia. So we gave a scenario whereby we asked those who were at the RCH clinics and assessed that whether they found a woman who had high sugar, either from the urine or from the blood test, what they would do.
And so from this, we found that 2/3 of the respondents said that they would refer this woman to a clinician within the same facility. The rest either said they would attend the patient, it was 35%, and the rest said that they would refer to another facility. This was 20%. None had said that they would not do anything about it. Now, when you talk about the availability of trained healthcare providers, around 2/3 of the healthcare providers had at least one staff who had been trained in HIV and prevention of maternal-child transfer infection, but approximately 1/3 of the health facilities had at least one staff who had been trained on TB, nutritional counseling, and we had 32% who had been trained on cancer and 30% who had been trained on obstetrical labor. Furthermore, around 40% of the facility had at least one staff who had been trained in newborn resuscitation and management of PPH. However, only 1 to 5% of the facilities had at least one staff who had undergone training on diabetes, hypertension, sickle cell, COPD, mental health, and general counseling. Now, this percent was quite very minimal when you took a comparative analysis between the other related fields. None of these trainings were actually analyzed from faith-based organizations. Now, with regards to the trends of the availability of NCD-related equipments and supplies at the RCH clinics, so a figure highlights that there is actually an increased trend in the availability of various NCD equipment at RCH units and reagent test strips in the laboratory over 7 years. But there was a significant increase in urine test strips for protein and sugar, blood glucose test strips, STD testing reagents, and a stethoscope. But notably, when you took a comparison between 2015 and 2022, the biochemistry analysis was being done more actually in 2022 compared to 2015, whereby the equipment was available in 14% of the health facility. But furthermore, when you talk about fasting and random blood glucose testing, which was being done more in over 41% of the facilities and 40% of the facilities in 2015, and respectively, it went up to 50% and 60% in 2022. Not very notably, but it's an increase, which means there is an improvement. So this is just what I just elaborated right now. Now, when you speak about the trends of availability of NCD services, including health education and testing over the past 7 years. So generally, there's an increase in the availability of NCD services, such as health education, testing, and measurement of over the past 7 years. But health facilities testing blood sugar has significantly increased from 26% to 63%. However, there was a drop in terms of the number of health facilities that were providing education, of which we had in 2015, all of the facilities were providing health education and spoke about NCDs, but it went down to 86% in 2022. So this was a decrease in terms of awareness towards NCDs from the providers. Now, it also speaks a bit similar when you talk about TB and CTC. For HIV clinics were available in majority of the health facility across all the levels. Diabetes, hypertension, and NCD clinics were more common in higher level of the facilities, that is to indicate the district and zonal health facilities. The average number of clinics per week ranged between 1 to 6 clinics of this specific diabetes and hypertension clinics. The average number of patients seen per day ranged from 3 to 160, depending on the facility. The CTC, when you compare to this, had the highest numbers, followed by the diabetes clinic, hypertension, and NCD's clinic overall. Now, when we look at the integration model, with regards to the availability of integrated care in health facilities, the findings indicated that HIV and TB was the most common integrated care when we did our analysis. So HIV and TB in a majority of the hospitals was being done in an integrated fashion. And it was offered by 70%, 77% of the facilities. HIV and diabetes and HIV and hypertension was respectively offered in 27% and 32% of the facility. Moreover, only 10% of the health facilities offered HIV mental health, TB, HIV, cardiovascular, and diabetes, and lastly, HIV, cardiovascular, and diabetes integrated care. This was less than 10% that offered an integration of all the services. This is what I just spoke right now. Now, when you speak about service integration in the CTC clinic, what services were actually integrated? So considering the services provided to people living with HIV at the CTC, the most common service offered was screening and management of hypertension, cardiovascular diseases, and diabetes, which was 80%. Other services such as screening and management of mental health conditions, cancers, including cervical, chronic obstructive pulmonary diseases, and nutritional assessment counseling were offered only to between 10 and 32% of all the facilities. Now, these are our key recommendations from what we found. The report is quite long. This was just a summary of the second and third objective of what we had done. But this is what we had recommended, providing basic NCD functioning equipment. Because when we took an assessment at the equipments that were actually available, we found a number that I've just not displayed here, the data, but we found a number that were actually unavailable, out of use, but also we found places whereby they had the glucometer, but did not have the glucose strips. So in terms of whether you have the equipment or not, this was also a challenge. Also constantly availing NCD medicines and commodities, but also restocking, whereby there was a number of facilities that reported out of stock or actually expired medications. So there's a need also to increase efforts in training of healthcare personnel, as we have seen earlier, and a need for policy recommendation or integration. Integration is still a challenge. Furthermore, studies and follow-up is needed to constantly assess the progress, as we have done in 2022, probably many years more. So as we move forward and we speak of integration, it should be a reason for us to join hands, not only locally, but also globally, in shaping the future of combating against NCDs. So thank you very much for listening.
Very many thanks, Dr. George, for a nice presentation. Colleagues, please keep your questions. We'll ask at the end of the session. I would like to welcome the second presenter. Of course, he's not around, but Dr. Peter will help us to run the slides. Please, Peter, come forward. And the presentation is from Dr. Albino Kalolo. Dr. Albino Kalolo was the fellow of the University of California. He did a study to understand the influence of non-infectious chronic comorbidities on patient progress and the quality of life to the NCD and the HIV. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Albino Kalolo. I'm a senior lecturer at St. Francis University College of Health and Allied Sciences, located in Ifakara, Tanzania. I'll be presenting about our study on integration of HIV and NCD services, specifically looking on the models and the various lessons that we learned, but also we provide some examples from Tanzania. So before proceeding with the presentation, I would like you to reflect on the following statement. In the current situation, when health system strengthening is being emphasized and has demonstrated its pivotal role in improving access, coverage, quality, and efficiency of services, integrated service delivery has become increasingly important. However, integration should encompass all aspects of the health system, that is, human workforce, services, infrastructure, and the information. So in this presentation, I'm going to respond to some of the questions. Why should we care about the burden of NCD in HIV patients or HIV in NCD patients? Why should we care about integration of services? And why was this study conducted? What were the objectives of the study? And which So there is an increasing trend of NCD burden among people living with HIV/AIDS. In a study conducted in Malawi with 952 patients, hypertension prevalence among people living with HIV was 23.7%, and diabetes prevalence was 4.1%. Hypertension and diabetes mellitus were more prevalent among patients who were taking ARVs than those who are not on ART. When it comes to cervical cancer, globally, 5.8% of new cervical cancer cases in 2018 were diagnosed in women living with HIV/AIDS, and 4.9% was attributed to HIV infection. People living with HIV/AIDS. The higher incidence of NCD in HIV patients than negative patients is attributed to 3 factors. First, people living with HIV/AIDS are exposed to risk factors Integration is conceptually very attractive, but it's very difficult to implement in real-world settings because there are various challenges, especially in different countries. You find that there are different health system models, but also the integration model which are being adopted can affect the implementation. But also there are several contextual factors ranging from economic, political, and other contextual factors. We'll describe the approaches, the models, the frameworks, and processes that improve integration of NCD, HIV services, and provide insights on the contextual factors for practice in real-world setting. We'll build on the set of integration approaches to understand integration of NCD, HIV services in some. Yeah, so we use the mind mapping approach first to map the concept related to integration, where we look at the models, tools, and frameworks from literature, which can guide us to proceed to the next step, where is scoping review. Through this mind mapping, so we clarified the thinking around the concepts and the theories that found in literature, so that when we are writing our scoping review, we have a clear picture. So after that, we conducted a scoping review of reviews on integration of NCD, HIV, because there are already several reviews on this topic. So to make sure that we come with something new and which is very comprehensive, we decided to conduct a scoping review, where we review the systematic reviews, the scoping reviews, and narrative reviews. And we include sub-Saharan African countries, and we do this for 10 years. And we focus on in English. Yeah, so after this review, we found that if integration is done at high-level health policies, strategic plans, and guidelines, which we call it as a health system integration, this is one of the approach which can improve integration. But also another model which was found is integrated chronic disease management model, where the integration of services happens at the primary health care level. But also we found the integrated approach to screening. So when screening for NCDs, also HIV is being now, when it comes to the contextual factors for integration in real-world settings, we found that collaborations, coordination, and relationship links would improve integration. But if they are missing, it means integration will be affected. But the health workforce, their availability and competence to attend the integration. Now, when it comes to how integration is done in sub-Saharan Africa, we found that most of the time NCD is integrated in HIV clinics. This is most common. HIV service integrated in NCD clinics. This is not very common, but it was found in some of the settings. Simultaneous integration of services, where you have a multidisciplinary team, which is called the comprehensive approach. This was and in Tanzania, we found that there are some few studies that are actually integrating HIV and NCDs. The Inter-Africa project is one of the projects integrating. The integrated HIV NCD screening project, the Respond Africa project, integrated community-based HIV and cervical cancer screening project, the MOCA project, which is a one-stop center project. So these are the examples. So in conclusion, there exist several models of integrating non-communicable diseases and HIV services. Successful integration is influenced by contextual factors. Future efforts should look at the comprehensiveness of integration, health outcomes, while also paying attention to the implementation outcomes, that is, adoption, implementation fidelity, and sustainability. So I would also like to acknowledge my colleagues, Professor Senga Karipemba, Department of Public Health, Futures, and Dr. Gabriel Punda, Department of Public Health. Thank you for your
Thank you, Dr. Peter, for creating the slide. We were unable to put the full presentation because the voices wouldn't come. So that was the challenge. I would like to welcome the third presenter, Colin Simtei. Colin Simtei is a medical specialist, but she's also coordinating the chronic, non-communicable chronic lung diseases at KIDH. And she will highlight on the burden of COPD related TB, and we call it post-TB lung disease. She will Okay, sorry for, I would like to start with the BBSID because there is some chronological, of course, the names were arranged like this, but BBSID should start and then Florence, and thereafter Peter Mbele, because the presentations are arranged in a logical order, like the story continue. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. As I was introduced, my name is Dr. Bibi Saidi. I'm a medical doctor and also clinical trialist at Kibongoto Infectious Disease Hospitals. And I'm also a PhD fellow at Nelson Mandela University. So I'll take you through the burden of chronic obstructive pulmonary disease in a previous treated tuberculosis patient at Kibongoto. So as we know, tuberculosis is one of the very old infectious disease in humankind. And recently WHO has reported in WHO tuberculosis report of 2022 as 10.6 million patients have been identified in last 1 year, 2021. So TB has substantial detrimental impact on individual quality of life, which persists despite of completing treatment and mycobacteria cure. So as we know, most of us clinicians, what we are looking at is when the patient is identified having tuberculosis, is getting mycobacteriological cure at the end of the day. And that is our pleasure that the patient is now cured. But we are not actually looking at the effects of the patient that after treatment, what are the effects or the long time or the short-term effects the patient is actually facing. So in several decades, treatment largely focused on mycobacteriological cure, as what I've said, without considering other aspects of health and well-being of after the treatment of tuberculosis. So by the end of 2020, there were approximately 155 million TB survivors globally, and majority were men. And this age group of 45 and below, these are the groups of economically productive in our society. So as you can see here, these are the group of patients that were cured. But at the end of the day, more than 50% had post-TB lung disease or illness, and half of that, they had severe post-TB lung disease. So post-TB lung disease patients who actually mycobacteriologically cured, they actually facing a chronic and lung disease that is mixed. It might be obstructive lung disease, might be restrictive lung disease, or sometimes both. But most of the time, what we are expecting for patients who are TB or post-TB is restrictive lung disease that they heal, but they heal with a sequelae. And at the end of the day, there is restrictions of the lungs when they're inhaling is what we're calling the restrictive lung disease. And most of the time we have parameters which we are looking at when we are assessing these patients. Usually they come with the symptoms, sometimes the chronic obstructive symptoms, and also when you're doing the lung function test, because that is one of the tests that we actually are doing to our patients. They coming with the abnormal parameters, and one of them is FVC, that is full vital capacity, that is telling us how the lungs are actually expanding, whether inhaling and exhaling the air. So clinical presentation that they're presenting it,
they're presenting with, they might come with a chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. They might have, if they're in children, they might come with a bronchiectasis. You can see fibrosis from the lung chest X-ray. And also, some are presenting with pulmonary hypertension. So they come with the pulmonary hypertension. And when you are asking the history and doing a physical examination, you might find that the patient has history of being treated with the TB in previous, and also come with other symptoms of hypertension. But also, they come with the mixed diseases. As I've said, they might, when you're doing lung function or when you're doing other tests, you can see that the patient has other diseases. They might come with other bacterial infection. They might come with other fungal infection, but also they might come with a non-tuberculous mycobacterium infection, of which you can't see by using our normal regular tests like GeneXpert. But when you're doing sputum smear, you can at least differentiate and come with a clue that probably this patient has a non-tuberculous mycobacterial infection. So despite of high burden, there is a limited scientific evidence for guiding treatment, and also almost none of research studies associated with the management of PTB lung diseases. So this is according to the publication that was published in 2018 by Van Kampen and the colleagues. So after seeing this gap, in 2019 July, there was a meeting in South Africa, Stellenbosch, and this was the first international post-TB symposium. That's a lot of TB expertise. They came through to look at the different causes of post-TB problems, of which 67 participants were included, and there were 8 workshops and 6 sessions, and 14 speakers were actually involved. So at the end of the day, what they came out with were more research questions than the solutions of the problems in the society. So most of those research questions were on epidemiology party, mechanism of post-TB lung diseases, the host-directed therapies, treatment and the holistic management of the post-TB lung disease, the recurrence of TB, pulmonary TB, and also the health system advocacy. So as you can see from the left side, this is the picture, and also the writings after the symposium that was done on 2019, and Dr. Stella participated on this. And also after this, they came up with a post-TB tuberculosis lung health, and so the perspective from the first international symposium that took place on July 2019. So one of the 3 things that they've seen is the importance of TB consequences and progressive impairment across the life course, including the recurrent TB was identified. Patient advocates emphasized the need of psychological and social impact for TB and called the clinical guidance, of which in our hospital, we have started doing the psychological, and to look at the psychological and how are we going to actually intervene this problem of psychology or mental health to patients who are actually affected with a post-TB or affected with the TB previously. And the other thing is consequences, which urgent need to increase awareness and research into post-TB complications. So after that, 3 countries under the Luli Consortium, that is lung health across life course, decided to do post-TB lung disease to look at the burden and actually to look at the determinants of the post-TB in Tanzania. And we like to do in our hospital, we like to do the study, of which we're going back to the register, TB register, for those who were then identified with the microbacterium positive. And then at the end of the day, they were treated, and we were making phone calls to call them to come, and then we were doing some psychological, some background. So some background of what they've gone through, the TB treatment, their normal life at home, and also the lung function for these patients. So we actually screened 655 patients, but at the end of the day, who were eligible were only 219 patients that were enrolled in the cohort. So 219 individuals that were enrolled, we had 98 patients that had symptoms, and we have cough, dyspnea, and wheezes. And also there are some tests that we're doing, like asking questions on the respiratory symptoms, and also some tests like spirometry, and also we're doing some chest x-ray to patient. And if you look at it here, 98 we're only having the respiratory, spirometry were positive to only 146, and 177 we're having positive signs on the chest x-rays. And 11% had chronic bronchitis symptoms. So these are some of the results that we actually got from the cohort of the patient that we enrolled. And if you look at it here, there's some correlation or some risk factor that were actually related to most of the patients. And if you look at here, some odd ratio that were relating to patients, for example, if you're looking at the amount of having the food more than once in a week, that was or having a sweet more than once a week was one of the factors of not relating to positivity from our end of the day, which we are concluding predictors of symptomatic PTLD over were actually predominating the situation. So those are just some few examples that I mentioned from this. My time, I think it's out of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. BBSI, for highlighting the burden of chronic respiratory diseases after TB treatment in the declared cure. I would like to welcome Dr. Peter Mbelele. Peter is a medical doctor, has trained Masters of Medicine in microbiology and immunology. He has also done PhD in molecular diagnostics to support optimization of TB treatment, but along the way, identified a technology which can help us to discriminate who has TB, who has chronic respiratory diseases or post-TB lung diseases, particularly in individuals with recurrent TB. Welcome, Peter.
Yeah, thank you very much for this nice introduction. Yes, so let me take you through the role of molecular technologies and for differentiating the chronic obstructive pulmonary disease as well as the post-TB lung disease and the recurrent TB. And this is I'm trying to address whatever BBA has been presenting, and this is what I want to achieve at the end of the presentation. So what happened if you have a patient who has confirmed TB? There's two options. You may have drug susceptible TB and you may have drug resistant TB, but at the end of the day, there is cure for all of these conditions. But almost at the end of the treatment, there are at least 4 options you may have successfully treated, and that is the TB survivor. Now you come TB survivor. You may fail the regimen, you may quit. And the mode of the quitting may quit that you don't take the medication, and you can quit through another way that you die. This is the option for this group of the patients. But at the clinic, as a clinician or a physician, you will definitely find the survivors will be coming with these symptoms that are respiratory, but at the same time, they'll be coming with immunological symptoms. And they saw the cough, chest pain, difficulty breathing, fever, undernutrition, excessive nitrates, and loss of appetite. These are the common presentation of people who have previous TB treatments. So what is the life pathway for the TB survivor. You have a chronic respiratory syndrome, but the option can be you have a recurrent TB or you have a post-TB lung. And people with post-TB lung disease, they will usually also they may have a recurrent TB at the same time. But some studies are suggesting that people with recurrent TB are 5 times likely to develop drug-resistant TB, and you can also have chance to be a drug-susceptibility. But people with post-TB lungs, the consequence is you may have a superficial infections, superimposed with infection, then are non-tuberculous mycobacteria, fungi, and this is common for the aspergillus, chronic bacterial infections, but you also may have a chronic cardiopulmonary disease. But the consequence is that you must have a poor quality of life. So the diagnostic algorithms for TB, this is the approach. You may use you may detect as bacilli in smear microscope, but this one, you will only have chance to detect only 50%, and it's less than that if the patient has post-bacilli. And it is less sensitive because it cannot differentiate non-tuberculous mycobacteria or TB, but also it cannot tell you whether this is a viable or it's a non-viable mycobacteria. So culturing the mycobacteria is now a gold standard, but you have to be patient. You wait the result for 2 to 3 months. So the evolution of the molecular biology now, they are targeting the technology that we have for now. They are targeting the DNA by using the gene expert line probe ourselves who can do DNA sequencing. This is whatever is available in the market for now. But the reliability in people who has previous TB treatment is usually not reliable because targeting DNA is a stable molecule. It usually survives even 5 years after you have been completed your treatment and you have declared. So that's one is not better way to discriminate whether this is an active infection or a previous TB infection. The current approach now, we are looking on detecting the RNA. RNA is an unstable molecule. The moment you expose to a harsh condition, it's get it naturally. And we have previous studies that have that RNA-based assay are effective as culture. So if you look at the, yes. One of the figures, this is the study by Sabit et al. In 2020. They published a paper from cohort of the patient in Tanzania. They were following patient due to the end of treatment drug sensitive TB. And they were able to replicate that the moment that you give patient the drugs, the TB, the 16S ribosomal RNA usually decreases. And this corresponds well with the TB culture and the liquid culture. That's from the patient from drug sensitive TB. But last year, I published with my colleagues a paper on patient with drug resistance TB, measuring the 16S ribosomal RNA, and we were able to replicate the information that were previously reported that the decrease in 16S ribosomal RNA usually go in hands with culture in patient with drug resistance TB and the patient with drug susceptibility. So showing that the RNA-based assay, there are potential biomarkers for discriminating the post-TB lung disease at the same time. But if you come up with this, how did we notice these challenges? So we have a cohort of patients that were recruited in a cross-sectional study, and then 126 patients were recruited who have positive gene expert results. And to realize that only 71% had positive TB by TB-MLA, by line probe assay, which is DNA pathology culture and smear microscope. And 29% of them, they have no TB by other tests, even when we repeated gene expert. So looking further, the predictors for test positivity, if a patient has chest cavity, but at the same time has high mycobacterial load that is measured by gene expert, they were at least 3 times likely to the test to be positive. And that's are the potentials that may have TB disease. But again, HIV individual, because they have their post-bacillary, they're usually protected. The test is usually negative. But the question remains is, if 29% of the patient has no TB, by other tests, gene experts said positive, what could this be? Perhaps this will have false positive. But then another part of what happened in another cohort, we followed 59 patients on drug resistance TB treated, and we collected 472 sputum samples on a serial basis, and just to realize that the 19% of the sputum were negative for TB by all the tests that are currently available in Tanzania and elsewhere. So when molecular now tests change their minds, what can we do? This one we're testing using the DNA-based. So we used a technology that is called molecular bacterial load assay to see whether we can differentiate the active TB versus the post-tuberculosis TB. So we expose patients to all the tests that is available in the country, and we added the 16S ribosomal RNA, and just to realize that there are 41 patients who have previous TB treatments. 23, we grouped them based on the gene expert result, but the 23 of them, they have high bacterial load that was measured on the gene expert result, and 18 of them, they have low bacterial load as measured by gene expert. But of the 18 with low bacterial load, 3 of them, they have positive culture, positive TB-MLA, and positive the others, and there are 26, they have TB, but the remaining 15 of the 41, they have no TB. Rather, they had a positive lung disease, showing that. So the key message I brought from this conference that symptomatic TB survivor, such as those with phosphoryl B, as measured by DNA-based assay, they have high chance of false positive result in Tanzania and elsewhere. This was also reported in Rwanda. They reported 34% false positive gene experts, 46%, and this was from South Africa. So, and therefore, integrating RNA-based molecular technology in TB testing algorithm, such as culture, is an alternative to discern recurrent TB versus for the post-TB lung disease. And at the end, I would like to acknowledge this is the team I have been working for the past 5 years. And thank you very much. And I would wish to receive some comments, questions from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Peter. I would like to welcome Florence, Dr. Florence Tay. Florence is a medical specialist. She's also coordinating the chronic, non-communicable chronic lung diseases clinic. She will highlight on how we adapted the COPD management to manage individuals with the post-TB lung disease. If you remember, BBA mentioned that there was no clinical guideline for managing it, so we needed to customize the clinical management of post-TB lung disease, including pulmonary rehabilitation and Florence, which did that.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is the continuation of from the previous two presenter. I will go direct to the clinical outcomes of individual with chronic obstructive pulmonary disease related to tuberculosis. As we know, post-TB lung disease is the prevalence is very high, but until 2021, there was no guideline for the clinical management in resource-limited settings. So in 2021, there was clinical standards for managing post-TB lung disease, and there are 5 clinical standards, and we adopted one, and we have implemented it to our facility, and I am going to share with you. So the second, the standard which we adopted is the standard number 2, which calls us to evaluate the patients with post-TB lung disease for possible pulmonary rehabilitation program. So the objective of this was to determine the effective of pulmonary rehabilitation on symptoms, as which is measured by health-related quality of life, respiratory, St. George Respiratory Questionnaire, and also by
6 minutes walk distance test, and also spirometry. It was a longitudinal study design. The study is ongoing, and we enrolled and followed the individual with post-TB lung disease for 24 weeks at our facility Kibongoto and Mireran Health Center in northern Tanzania. And individual received pulmonary rehabilitation services at the community level, whereby they were given physical exercise, health education, which was delivered 4 times a week and for 24 weeks then, and one session consumed in 90 minutes. And also symptoms resolution and 6 minutes walk distance test and occurrence of pulmonary related adverse events were also determined the model effectiveness. So in this program, we collaborated with MKUTA, which stands for Mwitikio wa Kudhibiti Kifua Kikuu na Ukimwi, which is an NGO, whereby we trained the healthcare workers to find patients for screening for symptoms. And you can see that we were able to screen the 479, and you can see the community brought 395 patients, while 79 patients, they came themselves to the hospital. And out of those 71 were excluded because they had no symptoms, and we are left with 403 patients with presumptive post-TB lung disease with TB. And you can see the prevalence of recurrent TB was very high because 107 patients had recurrent TB, hence they were excluded. So we followed 296 patients, whereby 121 patients were enrolled in community-based pulmonary rehabilitation, and 175 patients were directed on how to do pulmonary rehabilitation at home. So I'm going to share with you 98 patients who completed pulmonary rehabilitation, which comprised of 28 weeks. So out of those 98 patients, the mean age was 49, and majority of them were male, 88%, and the education levels were the primary level, which was 80%. And you can see my occupation, most of them were minor. They had history of mining, and history of smoking was 57%, and 14% had HIV positive, and also among 98, 6 patients had diabetes. So one of the investigations that we did was the spirometry. We did baseline and also at week 24 to see if there will be any difference. But you can see that there was any change in spirometry when before the pulmonary rehabilitation and after. And also you can see the chest abnormality. Majority of our patients had abnormal chest X-ray. When you go to the following up on respiratory questionnaire to check the quality of life, you can see the symptoms was decreasing as you go by from the baseline to 24, which means that the pulmonary rehabilitation was helping them. And also you can see the activity as you have the simple explanation of respiratory, St. George respiratory questionnaire is the lesser the score you have, the more the prognosis is good. That's why you can see from the symptoms, activity, and the impact. Also, you can see the 6 minutes walk distance test that it was increasing as the weeks goes by because the patient, they were able to tolerate the exercise. And this is the part of our patients who were doing pulmonary rehabilitation at the level of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Florence. I don't know if the audience was able to hear. But yeah, pulmonary rehabilitation seems has effect, as you can see, but we don't know the long term. This was an immediate effect. Those who were sleeping, it seems they were able to wake up when they go back to work. So I would like to share with you the last presentation. Thank you. I'm chairing, but I'm also presenting. I will highlight on the research capacity strengthening program. I will share on the model we use to strengthen research, but also enhance integration of communicable and the non-communicable diseases. We all know that in sub-Saharan Africa, we contribute about 15% of the world population. However, we induce the burden of diseases approximately to 25%. No strong supervision, particularly for those who are doing higher degrees scholars. And also we lack the critical mass of researchers, but in settings where there are established critical mass of researchers, progression pathways are not very strong. So this slide, of course, it is from 2016 World Development Indicators. As you can see, this red, it shows the contribution of research capacity in sub-Saharan Africa compared to other areas in the world, like South Asia, Middle East, and North Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean. So the yellow color is Europe and the Central Asia, and this one is East Asia and the Pacific. So we are somewhere here. Yeah, so these deficiencies have a lot of explanation around this challenge. Of course, there are some progress and there are some commendable efforts, but primarily there is unsustainable funding for the capacity development, but also we are lacking some innovative and strategic things and also application of the holistic approaches. But the SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, like SDG number 17, it provides a unique opportunity for us to rethink the way we we implement the research capacity in our setup. So can we turn the tide against this vicious cycle, and what best approach can we implement? So I can highlight one of the, because of time, I can highlight one of the previous models that was used to strengthen research. There was one of the model, I think it was Fogate model. They trained Africans in Europe or US. So an advantage of this that they acquire highest level of skills and the knowledge, but then when they come back, there are a lot of gaps, like lack of infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. And this actually reinforced the brain drain. But recently, the EDCTP came up with the programs, which actually they wanted the research capacity to happen within the sub-Saharan African continent. And I was one of the awardees. I think I got it in 2018. I started 2018, and I'm having this program called the Research Capacity Strengthening for Imaging and Re-imaging Infectious Diseases. And the model which we implement, we have like 4 components. Someone will train in one of the universities in Tanzania, whether it is KSMC or Muhimbili or Nelson Mandela, but also we design mentors from here in Tanzania and also from abroad, largely from developed world, US or Europe, but also we try to link the trainee with available networks which are relevant to what they are doing, but merge with the colleagues, young colleagues from the developed world to start collaborations. So those 4 components has helped us to see. Now, for this program, the intention was to establish the clinical trial unit, simultaneously to build the research capacity, create laboratory scientists and research trialists, and set what we call a rapid response infrastructure. In case there is any issue to attend, there must be people with a certain capacity and they can start the plan. And this is the list of the trainees. We have like 10, it needs to be updated. Some have already finished PhD and they are transitioning to the postdoc programs. Other masters, they are also advanced to PhDs. So we see we have a lot of individuals from 2018 up to 2022. We see there are some progress. So examples of the integration initiative which has been done within this program is the integration of TB and the diabetes mellitus, but also TB and the chronic lung diseases, and you have seen from previous speakers, but we organized care of the chronic lung diseases, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, chronic asthma, and also the PTLD. Now with the integration of communicable and non-communicable diseases, we came up with a framework which has 3 domains, and we wanted to learn using TB and the diabetes mellitus. As you can see in this model, we have 2 elements which we propose that they will drive integration. One is the learning system. Learning system here is doing the capacity for implementation research, but also introducing clinical audit in the system, but also stepwise training approach in which we included the innovation of using web-based training, which of course materials will be available and the individuals will need to go and train. And if there is any update, it can be done very quickly. So we did a pilot in Kilimanjaro, Iringa, and Dar es Salaam, and it was an implementation research. We assessed on feasibility, acceptability, and the fidelity. So this is a stepwise training model. It's a blueprint which we described the way we disseminated the knowledge among the healthcare providers, but also we unraveled the burden of post-TB lung disease among individuals who finished TB treatment, and we noted there was a burden, and we designed an intervention which Florence has just finished to highlight. So this model, of course, it has helped us to start addressing. Of course, you create a group of people, you work together with experiential learning, we reflect, we consolidate, and of course, it helps us to be more innovative for solving complex health problems. And it increases confidence to various funders and the collaborators. Yeah, so I would like to thank all organizations which have been supporting us. With this senior EDSTP, we have been receiving a lot of support and the collaborators, and we are expanding the group. Thank you very much. Now it's the time for questions, comments, suggestions. Well, I was the last presenter. So the audience, any questions you'd like to ask the presenters?
Well, thank you very much, all the presenters. Excellent presentations. Good work, actually, that is happening at Kibongoto. I have a small question to you, Stella. You talked about, what did you call it? A critical mass of researchers. How do you define that?
Any more questions, comments? Yeah, there is a question.
Dr. Peter, excellent presentation. Just a small question. What resources are available in the regional or referral hospitals to measure ribosomal RNA to detect chronic sequelae of tuberculosis?
Thank you. The resources for measuring the RNA. Thanks. Another question. Yes, there is a question from Ray. You don't have a mic?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the nice presentation. And my
Thank you.
question is directed
my-
to Dr. George Buseng.
Mention your name.
Hey, hello.
Okay, so my question is directed to Dr. George Busengi.
Can you introduce yourself?
Your presentation was very interesting. And I'm curious to know, what are your thoughts on health disparities in NCD research and intervention? As currently you've clearly pointed out in your presentation and also in Dr. Albino Kalolo's presentation that many of the efforts in terms of interventions and research studies are conducted in mainstream health facilities. However, there are groups of people in our populations that cannot access health care in these facilities. And this is due to a myriad of barriers, including, but not limited to, discrimination, stigma, and also a lack of services tailored to meet their needs. So going forward, as NCD's researchers, clinicians, and also implementers, how do we ensure that we do not repeat the same mistakes that happened with HIV research, where they left behind and also sidelined a group of key and vulnerable populations, such as people who use drugs, sexual minorities, prisoners, and others? And do you by any chance know of any efforts or research groups that are studying or implementing any programs on NCD among these marginalized groups?
Can you introduce yourself, your name, please?
Oh, sorry. My name is Dr. Faith Aikaeli. I am from Nimri Muimbili. I'm an epidemiologist and I work with the Clinical Research Institute there.
Thanks.
Thank you. My name is Gregory Goodluck. I'm a researcher from KCMC Duke Collaboration. So my question, Akwanza, thank you for the nice presentation. And with the sequel of post-TB treatment, the complication is somehow related to the late diagnosis and late treatment of the disease. So among the systemic barriers that we face is late diagnosis. So in scaling up TB services, do we have any plans in place towards scaling up diagnosis services? Because we know among the challenges with molecular diagnosis, it's expensive, and with microbiological tests, they are time consuming. Do you have any plans in place to future research towards developing tools or mechanism or tests that will be both cost effective, time saving, but also universally user friendly, even at the primary care settings? Thank you.
I think you directed the question to.
I directed to Mbelele.
I thought so. Yeah. Any additional question?
Yes.
There is a question there.
Thank you, Stella. My name is Pius Horumpende. I'm Assistant Director in the Ministry of Health on Curative Services. Stella, after yesterday's keynote address by Howard Renz, do you think you need to reprogram your thinking of Kibongoto Institute of Infectious Diseases with the link between infectious diseases and non-infectious diseases?
Thank
Okay.
you, Dr. Youth.
I would like to appreciate the presentation given by Dr. Bibi Said. My question is directed to the fact that says the left lung seems to be smaller than the right one. And this is due to the placement of the heart. Don't you think that this reason can lead to the effect in inhalation and exhalation of in the human body.
Your name, please.
My name is Edwin William from Sumba Secondary School.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Yeah, so let's check response. Please, Peter, can you start? Can you switch on?
Yes, hello. I appreciate for very nice 2 questions. Number 1 is whether we have the resource to detect 16S ribosomal RNA. First of all, the detection of 16S ribosomal RNA, you just need a quantitative PCR, and you need some infrastructure to do RNA extraction. The test that I'm speaking out, I have been advantaged also as part of the hospital to take it to pre-market evaluation because of these findings. So we are now going further to evaluate before it goes to the market, and it will then be available for that. For right now, the test can be done at Kibongoto, the test can be done at Mbeya, Nimri Mbeya, the test can be done at KCRI, and the test also can be done at the National Lab, because provided they have because I know that the place I mentioned, they have the resource to do that. And in terms of the personnel, our personnel in the country, they can do this one, because as long as you can do any PCR, it is easy to do the protocol available, and that the resources so far are available. The second question is how expensive and issues related to molecular diagnosis. Yes, I have already responded that you are taking the initial step. We are scaling up the tests. Right now in January, we'll be implementing a multi-country, multi-center study that will involve 3 sites in Tanzania, 1 site in Uganda, to evaluate at the clinical setting in terms of the performance characteristics. We have also components to evaluate its cost effectiveness, and we'll be coming to that. But tentative for now, test per patient for now, if you, from the research finding, from the research part, it will cost like $20 per test. That to make you to do everything. But if you compare $20 per test, then that's one. $20 per test versus how the patient survives. The test is cheaper than the cost, the consequence from the patient. Thank you very much for the 2 questions I received.
Thank you very much, Peter. Then George, Dr. George.
Thank you very much. I had a question from Haikaeli from Nimri. Haika, thank you for your question, and I think it's very much in depth in terms of how you answer it, but I'll try to answer to what extent I can. When you speak of health disparities, specifically in NCDs, and even to bring about other conditions which might be rare, I think when you speak of key and vulnerable populations, they have been sidelined not only in the aspect of conditions that are limiting our health setting, but even conditions that might limit our spiritual and mental aspect. So prioritizing such groups takes a step of an individual, but it takes a step of a nation in terms of policies. And why do I say individuals? Because we sit behind the concept, we sit behind the protocols, we sit behind the proposals. So if you submit a proposal that has an inclusive remark of a key and vulnerable population, then a most likelihood will be they will be included. But if the researchers sideline them because we do know we cannot have a representative, for example, of a prison right here, but it should be in mind that a minority also matter. So I think that is very important. But also in the second aspect, I was speaking about the policy aspect. We need to be the advocates for the inclusiveness of a holistic approach when it comes to our communities. And speaking of efforts and probably research initiatives that I have heard about that have inclusiveness of sideline populations, and I think Tanzania NCD Alliance did an advocacy agenda for people living with NCDs. And part of this agenda was an inclusive approach whereby they had to gather information collectively from the whole community. And currently we have a network that harbors the African Alliances for Non-Communicable Diseases. And I am currently doing the management of a project that is creating the advocacy agenda for the region for people living with NCDs. But part of this program had highlighted that we need to have inclusive of the opinions of the marginalized communities. So it comes back hand in hand that if you prioritize this from the beginning, then it's easy to implement. But if you forget this from the beginning, it's also easy to forget. Lastly, but not the least, is just to look at the disparity in terms of also the minority in conditions. I want to give an example of hereditary angioedema. A majority might not know of the condition, but last month we had a meeting in Germany of the hereditary angioedema community. And I was astonished to see that people have prioritized a disease with such a minor prevalence. Research is being done from embryonic stage whereby people identify actually pre-embryonic predisposition, and they would tell you that you are most likely to have a child with this condition. And so I was astonished to the extent that we do not have even the indicators markers, but people are doing extremely well in terms of the extent of research. So there will always be disparities, but it's always about prioritization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. George. BBA, you are privileged to be asked a question by the youngster. So respond it and use the language which they will understand.
Okay, thank you for the question. And the question was, the left lung is more smaller than the right. Does this going to affect the inhalation of human in a human body? So simply I can say inhalation, let's talk about the gaseous exchange. And when you are looking at the physiology, or when you're looking at the structure of the lungs, the way they are, yes, anatomically, the way it is located, you can see the way it is. But when we look at how the exchange now from the alveoli, from the lower level now coming up outside, and how we inhale air, it's actually the same. There's no any effect of gaseous exchange, as when we are measuring, we are using spirometry or any lung function that we are using to measure the lung function. It doesn't actually tell us which lung is the smaller than the other. So the gaseous exchange, at the end of the day, it does not consider the smaller and the how big the lungs from the left to right are. So it doesn't affect the gaseous exchange in general. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Greg, for your question. To prevent post-TB lung disease complication, we have, as I presented before, we have standard. We have 5 standards. And standard number 1 is to evaluate, once the patient complete their TB treatment, they have to be evaluated for the possible post-TB sequela. So what they have to do is to check for the chest X-ray, to check for the pulmonary function test by using the spirometry, also to do the 6 minutes walk distance test. From here, you can see the possible, if there is any sequela, and hence you can prevent it rather than the patients going home and continue with those complications. Thank you.
Very many thanks. So Dr. Faith, unfortunately, Dr. Carol is not connected, so we'll organize the response of the question during lunch. So keep connected, and I'm going to respond the question asked by Professor Bakari. I have to define what is the critical mass. So this was a term which was borrowed from the nuclear physics discipline. And it refers to the smallest mass which can sustain a nuclear reaction constantly. So if you reflect what we are doing, it means you create a working group which can be efficient, and it is capable to sustain itself to respond to the questions relevant to what we are supposed to do. As also we are at the national level super specializing in infectious diseases. So what we are doing, we are creating an equivalent to the smallest mass which can continue thinking and trying to address relevant question. I hope you are satisfied. And coming to Dr. Phil's question, how do we think about biodiversity, climate change, and infectious diseases? Yes, indeed, those are pertinent questions we are trying to reflect, because you know these things are very complex. They affect all aspects. And you have seen that we are trying to address non-communicable diseases which interact with what we are doing. And particularly for TB, TB is at the center. When you see there is TB, you must know that there is something behind which is not working very well. For example, undernutrition is now the leading driver of TB, while before it was HIV. But you know, undernutrition, measuring the BMI, is something which was not considered in our programmatic management. So we have to think, we have to align ourselves, we have to work together. I will allow burning questions. I see there are 2 burning questions there, but I also have mine. I have a burning question, and I think it can be responded by a representative of the Ministry of Health. We've been speaking integration since we started the NCD conference, I think in Dodoma 2019. Yeah, but it seems things are not happening very smooth. And I know, for example, this week, there is another meeting, another scientific conference for tuberculosis here in Mwanza. And you see here, we have highlighted some TB and NCD. And if you go there, you will hear them talking BM. And now our daddy, our Minister of Health, who is our father, when are they going to start synchronizing these things so that if we speak, everyone is around and we can get feedback from responsible people? I had a question like why things are not happening, but perhaps if managers, TB managers, HIV managers, if they are here, they could reflect the barriers, and vice versa is true for those who are here if we join forces. Thanks. So there are 2 questions there. Do you have the mic?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think for when we are discussing the non-communicable conditions and even the communicable conditions, I think prevention comes first. I was expecting for those who talked on the integration model, I was following and I could see perhaps they wanted to identify or to see how many clinics, how many hospitals are identifying the patients and they are treating them. But I didn't hear whether in these clinics, there are special sessions to teach people to avoid these conditions. Because we know if you, for example, if you don't eat food or medicine, you will just finally eat medicine as food. So to what extent do our clinics in your models, you identified the health education sessions where they're there or they're waiting until there are signs of diseases? The patient has become hypertensive or the blood sugar is now in the perhaps in pre-diabetic or diabetic level. That's when they start something, teaching the patient on how to eat. I think this should start early. And I was expecting this will come out as a preventive measure, because if we don't insist on that, the number of patients will increase, even if we have many hospitals identifying them. Thank you.
What's your name? And
my name is Dr. Kapona from Tika Health Center in Dar es Salaam.
And where, whom do you direct your question among the center or any? Any. Okay. Thank you. We'll respond. There is another question there. Now, because of interest of time, let's respond the question from Dr. Kapona. I think it is because of time limit. yes, prevention is very important. And for example, for us who are doing TB, we learned that there is those who are very poor, those who are unable to get meals, they are the ones they end up with the chronic respiratory diseases. Now, there are interventions which we are now trying to look. How can we intervene with the nutritional supplement? And when we say nutrition, it's just food, the normal food, which of course now is lunch. We are going there. It's those type of food which we are speaking. And those kind of intervention are being thought. And because these kind of meetings will continue every year, we'll get more updates in subsequent meetings. But we are thinking about that. Thank you very much. I would
Sorry,
like to.
if I could respond to Dr. Kapona on integration. Yes.
We
So,
don't limit because
in
I-
seconds, I think Dr. Kapona, you asked with regards to health education. And I displayed here, maybe I'm not so sure with my presenting capabilities, but I displayed here that there were disparities in terms of health information, primary prevention that was actually being done in clinics. To a larger extent, almost all the clinics did health education on PMTCT, for example, and HIV within pregnancy. But lesser numbers did health education with regards to, for example, GDM, gestational diabetes, and the likes. So the data is there. Maybe I can show you what was the outcomes, but this also is a priority area, and this was also assessed in the integration model.
Thank you very much, Dr. George, for complimenting the response. We appreciate for your attention, the questions. We are very thankful because sometimes we may not get a question. Now there are some amendment of our timetable. Lunch is not ready, and we are now supposed to continue with the next sessions. We have 3 venues. Venue 1, which is sustainable and scalable integrated care, and I think it's the same venue. And there is a venue related to technology, that is venue 2, and the venue 3 is about risk factors and the burden of NCD. So dear colleagues, you are warmly welcome to join the subsequent programs. Thank you.
Could the logistics team help us, if it's raining, to have a bus and umbrellas for those who are going to the other sessions? Those who are moving out, I think the sessions are about to start in the other venues also. If you're staying here, there's also a session going on there. Dr. Kidenya, could you please come up front?
Presenters, could they come in front? Kasim Tani, Simon Ernest, Jovitha Sevekia, na Anzibert Ugakingira.
using ICT. So that's why you see there is patient particulars. Treatment 67% and blood management 71%. So you will wonder, patient examination, patient history is very low, but blood management comes high. So I don't know why are they coming up to relating to patient rather than concentrating on extracting and patient examination. So the baseline might indicate that the average translate from regional hospital was 45%. All those regional average score is 45%. So no hospital 47%, specialized facility 53%, and national hospital and private national hospital is Banga and also results facility 8%. What was corazón que was should survey is what regional the leading one was for the whole regional hospital and the list was David Sabor, which scored 18%. So you go on that is you go to this facility. The chance to cure is very minimal. Average score for a facility that in primary healthcare is 8%. That is in Mara region in Jombe. Shiraz TDS, I think most of Shiraz TDS scored 51%, and Makete district government scored 20%. These are the parameters for testing. Average score in regional service for the area. So patient trends compliance was 45% nursing work round, 10% nursing process, and 3%. Vital signs 61%, treatment 75%, and only suspension of 5%. So this slide shows the risk opportunity and big body states. So I just decided to take these 4 parameters. This is my presentation of big body practice. And you see in the patient particulars, AI was 69%. This calculated, was the first one. I have a problem with color, but I think you understand. This is the average is this one here, 69%. For patient particulars in 28 regional hospital and 15 district hospital. So the average is 61. So the vice versa is we are missing this patient that are behind. Also, patient history, the compliance average is 44%. Patient examination 30%, but blood management goes 30%. So these are the missing opportunities for NCD, early detection and management. Our prediction, we are missing patient 70% was taking proper history, proper examination, and proper history. And some of them are going back home. And the more you become specialist, the more you back home and the question of strength. But also, zone level, also there is a problem there. Patient information scored very low. All facilities, starting from SMC up to Chapel, 6% SMC, up to Ghana 8%, and then that's all. At national level, organization at least, just those people who are so, but also we decided that the US specialists things, but we to emphasize emphasize most of variation. Uganda also had 75%, Kimomoto 78%, France 20%. So what are the recommendations? The result highlighted good between the healthcare service provider provided and the practice. So we need to enhance for this practice all stakeholders so that ensure our health workers comply with standards, practice, partnership, protocol, and documentation. Because some say that so we emphasize on thank you so much for thank you so much, Simon. Nice to meet you. Yeah, from the stage on the team, let's take out. Yeah, hi everyone. From the Monday Presented by you, I'm going to check out for adolescent Tanzania, the global recommendation.
And venue and the mode of delivery. So I will be presenting on behalf of the listed investigators from MITU and the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, as well as previously WHO staff who are currently working with the Global Fund or Stellenbosch University. And this is the outline of my presentation. I will briefly start with description of adolescent health, routine health checkups for adolescents, and I will talk in detail the Y-Check formative study, which was conducted by MITU in collaboration with the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, and I will end up with the conclusions, recommendations, and what are our next plans. So adolescent health is a global priority in low and middle income countries where 90% of adolescents live. And the adolescence period is a period where risk for health conditions and unhealthy behaviors patterns often start. In low and middle income countries like Tanzania, health services for adolescents mainly focus on curative services and not well equipped for preventive and promotive services. So routine health checkups for adolescents may increase attention to adolescent health issues and improve their health. And WHO and the partners need evidence to develop guidance or guideline on how to implement such services. But the questions remain as to should national public health provide comprehensive adolescent health screening? And if yes, what should be included in the checkups? And what should be the delivery strategies to use during the checkups? So WHO recommended that we conduct a formative research. So we conducted it in Mwanza, and it was funded by the Botna Foundation. We conducted it in April and July 2020, and it was a collaborative research coordinated by WHO in Tanzania, Zimbabwe, and Ghana. The main objectives were to define the content and the delivery strategies for health checkups to be performed in young and older adolescents, and to assess whether such services are likely to be feasible and acceptable in Tanzania. So the data for this study were collected through key informant interviews with purposely selected stakeholders from 4 different groups. The first group was the government departments in the Ministry of Health or Education, and with this group we interviewed department heads or representatives. The second group was non-government or community-based organizations, where we also interviewed heads or representatives. The third group was public and private schools. With this group, we talked to head teachers or any other teacher responsible for health education. And the last group was public and private health facilities, where we talked with the senior health facility staff. In total, we conducted 31 in-depth interviews. Of these, 25 were conducted in person, and 6 of them were conducted through mobile phones or Zoom. We analyzed them thematically, and we used the in vivo software version 12 to manage the data. Results from this study are presented under 3 main domains. First one is proposed health conditions for routine health checkups. The second is proposed venue, and the third is the proposed mode of delivering the health checkup. Starting with proposed health conditions, stakeholders recommended a range of health conditions to be included in the routine health checkups for adolescents. In total, there are 6 groups, but today I'm going to present only 3 which I thought were very relevant to this NCD conference. So the health conditions proposed by stakeholders are grouped into 3 here: non-communicable diseases, particularly high blood pressure and diabetes, and metabolic risk factors, overweight and obesity. The second group is physical disabilities, visual and hearing impairment, and the third group is common mental health problems, particularly depression, anxiety, and alcohol and substance use. And the last column shows the groups of stakeholders who recommended these health conditions to be included in the checkup. So non-communicable diseases was reported to be common among adolescents, and the reason provided were due to lifestyle and diet. And this problem was reported to be common, particularly in urban areas. Physical disabilities was also reported to be common. In fact, even teachers reported that recently or currently they teach a lot of students who have visual and hearing impairment. And stakeholders from the government reported that this area is one of the neglected areas in terms of programming. They felt that we don't have a program to capture this problem at an early stage, given that the problem gets complicated as the adolescent age increases. For common mental health problems, they recommended this to be included in the routine health checkups, again, because it's also becoming common among adolescents in the country for the reason that I have provided for the other non-communicable diseases. And they said majority of adolescents are struggling to make sense of the world, and they don't know who to turn to. So when they are struggling, they end up depressed or being involved in substance abuse or alcohol drinking. So the stakeholders recommended that when we conduct the routine health checkups, we should make sure that we also advise and counsel the adolescents to recognize themselves. Moving to the second domain about the proposed venue for providing the checkups, the stakeholders recommended 4 main venues, but only 3 are relevant to this conference. The first one was youth-friendly health facility, which they said this is very suitable for health conditions requiring a high level of confidentiality like sexual and reproductive health, which is not relevant to this. Another was a convenient location at schools for capturing school-going adolescents. Another venue was convenient location in the community for older and out of school adolescents. And some recommended outreach services as an alternative for those who do not wish to visit health facilities when they are not sick. Again, the last column shows a number of stakeholders who recommended each of these venues. For the location at the school, stakeholders said that most of 10 to 14 years adolescents are still in primary school, whereas 15 to 19 years are now in secondary school. So it's a good venue for capturing adolescents at once, all together at once. At the community setting, as I already said, it's good for capturing all adolescents who are out of school, but also those who do not like to show up at the health facilities, especially when they are not sick. Outreach services, they requested us, or they recommended to us that we should create a team and go and camp somewhere, because some of the adolescents who are out of the school or who are older, they tend to ignore services that are provided at the health facilities. But when you bring the services closer to them, they all respond and then come for the services. So this was provided as an alternative to capture all those who ignore attending health facilities. On the last domain about the mode of delivering the checkups, stakeholders recommended that we should make sure that we use trained, young, and youth-friendly services providers. And as you can see from the quote on the last column, they cautioned us that they are not proposing that we should use a 17 or 18 years old doctor, but at least we should look for a doctor who is young
and is compatible to adolescents, speaks the language of adolescents, and yeah, so that the doctor can attract, or the service provider can attract the adolescents to the service. Another recommendation about the mode of delivering the service was to make sure that we engage all relevant stakeholders from the government, private sectors, and the schools. And the reason for this was to make sure that if all of these stakeholders are engaged fully, it means the implementation of the routine checkups would be conducted smoothly, but also it will be sustained in a longer term, as they will perceive it as theirs, they will own it. So in conclusion, stakeholders were supportive of the proposed routine health checkups, and they recommended health conditions to be included in the checkups. And they also recommended the venues, including at school and in the community, but also at youth-friendly health services for those services requiring high level of confidentiality. Implementation research to determine the feasibility, uptake, and the number of new treatable conditions detected, and the cost of offering such services is needed. And to guide the policy, we also require evaluation of their health impact and the cost effectiveness. So as a next step, we will conduct the required implementation research to determine the yield of newly detected treatable conditions and the associated costs. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Yovita Sedekia, for the nice presentation and the recommendation. I'd like now to welcome the next presenter, who is Dr. Ansbet A. Lubert Kingira, who is the National Coordinator for NCD from the Ministry of Health of Tanzania. Karibu.
Good afternoon. Thank you for introduction. I'm Dr. Ansbet Kingira, has been introduced, National Coordinator for Non-Communicable Diseases at the Ministry of Health. I'll be presenting on the research titled Factors Influencing the Integration of Non-Communicable Diseases into HIV and AIDS Healthcare Services in Tanzania. This was part of my dissertation when I was, as I'm currently studying MPH at Muhimbili University of Health and Allied Sciences. So this is my presentation outline. So for the past 4 decades, HIV AIDS has infected more than 46 million people worldwide, caused over 35 million deaths. And while this trend prevails, NCDs are now emerging as a global health threat, causing over 41 million deaths every year. And most of these deaths are occurring in lower and middle income countries. In Tanzania, HIV prevalence is about 4.8, and in 2018, NCDs account for more than 33% of all deaths. And NCDs are causing premature death among people living with HIV. So NCDs are a growing reason for morbidity in those people living with HIV who are more exposed to the same NCD risk as their HIV negative peers. But people living with HIV may have also additional NCD risk factors due to simulation of inflammatory markers and ART-associated reactions. So in Tanzania, there is poor integration of NCDs into HIV AIDS services among people living with HIV, but with also comorbidities with NCDs. So integration of NCDs with HIV services have been advocated or proposed as a major important strategy to sustain global HIV AIDS response and the goal of ending AIDS by 2030. And reasons for recommending this integration is their epidemiological overlap, their high prevalence in many lower and middle income countries, increasing NCD risk and burden among people living with HIV, but also similar strategies required to manage them as chronic conditions. So while some sub-Saharan African countries have initiated HIV NCD integration at high level policies, Tanzania HIV/AIDS guidelines recommend integration at screening level in the community, but at the CTCs. So different studies have been done to review models, policies, plans, nationally for integration, but however, there are scant available evidence on the factors influencing the integration of NCDs into HIV/AIDS services in Tanzania. So these are the conceptual framework where the individual factors, relational factors and disease factors will be discussed in this study to enhance integration of HIV and NCDs. These are the main the research questions. What are the factors influencing the integration of NCDs into HIV/AIDS services in Tanzania, specifically on individual factors, organizational factors, and the health system factors? And the main objective is to explore factors influencing the integration of NCDs to HIV/AIDS services in Tanzania. And the specific objective is to find out individual factors, organizational factors, and health system factors which influence the integration of NCDs into HIV/AIDS in Tanzania. So this was an explorative qualitative case study. The approach which was employed was based on the experience and the opinions and decisions of the key informants related to the study objectives. The study area was the Ministry of Health in different departments, Department of Policy and Planning, Department of Curative Services, Department of Preventive Service, and two programs, NCD program and NACIP, National AIDS Control Program. Also, the study involved the President's Office, Regional Administration and Local Government, the Health Department, and also the Prime Minister Office sector coordination, where the Tanzania Commission for AIDS is located. So the government staff and leaders that include policies, strategies, and guidelines formulations, evaluation and implementation of HIV/AIDS and NCDs intervention at the national level was the study population. So the sample size involved 22 key informants from the Ministry of Health, PO Large, NACIP, TACAIDS, and TAN-CDP, where 8 were females and all had over 5 years experience working at the government level. The sampling size method was purposive sampling, and key informant interviews were conducted, which was guided by semi-structured interview guide, and each key II was informed consent was obtained. Also, it was done in Swahili language. Audio recorded took between 40 to 45 minutes, and all audio recorded interviews were transcribed verbatim, then translated from Swahili to English before analysis. Thematic analysis approach was used as a theoretical framework to analyze the collected information in deductive perspective, assisted by NVivo software QRS International version 12. The transcribed data were analyzed through the categorization of the gathered information, and the analysis was carried out in 5 stages suggested by Virginia Brown and Victoria Clark. So these were the findings, where we had 2 broad themes: factor promoting the integration of NCDs into HIV/AIDS, and also we had factors inhibiting the integration of these NCDs into HIV/AIDS. So among the individual factors which were promoting the integration were motivation towards the integration, positive attitude towards the integration, adequate knowledge, skills, controlling both HIV/AIDS and NCDs, readiness for integration, and awareness of importance of integration. Organizational factors which promote the integration included adequate human resource support integration, existence of defined organizational structures for both HIV/AIDS, HIV and NCDs, also existence of policy guidelines, availability of funds to support the integration, and stakeholder interest on integration. Among the health system factors for promoting of integration included adequate tools, diagnostic services, follow-up and feedback system for reporting, plans of guidelines for integrated care of HIV, TB, and HIV, RCH, which is already been done, and the integration as a priority in health strategic plans. So some of the interesting notes were one key informant said that, first of all, professionals who are providing HIV services are the ones who will be caring for NCDs. So it will be like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So education to the service providers, starting at the screening, diagnosis, up to the management, and follow-up is very important. Also, another key informant says that a friendly service is an integrated service. It's no longer a case that you screen a patient who has HIV, then you found that he has high blood pressure, then we channel him or her to another clinic for high blood pressure. Also, another key information says that data system at care and treatment centers are open to incorporate indicators for NCDs. So these are very interesting quotes. For example, integration of SF as a priority in the midst of health. The minister is already given direction on this. We are implementing this. Also, another one says that there are various donors who value integration as a key priority, and if they can be well engaged, this integration can be possible. So, among the factors which inhibit integration of non-communicable diseases found in the study, individual factors like perceived negative attitude, perceived additional workload. Also, organizational factors include perceived additional cost, perceived varying donor interest for HIV and NCDs, also varying service payment modalities for HIV and NCDs. Also, health system factors included perceived varying HIV/AIDS and NCD programs interest. Also, perceived additional health infrastructure to support integration need to reorient the health system for integration. So, among the key notes were imagine for 20 years now, CTCs are treating HIV/AIDS. If NCDs are integrated to these centers, surely there will be additional workload to service providers. Also, another was we cannot achieve integration of HIV and NCDs if these two programs are not communicating with each other. So, in conclusion, it's crucial to take into account individual, organizational, and institutional factors that are in order to while incorporating NCDs and HIV healthcare services in Tanzania. My recommendations were MOH, PLRG, PMO, developing partners and other stakeholders should consider these factors while providing technical and financial support for integration. Also, adequate refresher training and skill development programs should be conducted to the employees at all levels of a system in order to increase capacity and reduce negative attitudes towards integration. This bit study also is needed to pave a way on economic and managerial and technical element of the integration, research on the cost effectiveness of integration of NCDs into HIV/AIDS is also of help. So engagement of different stakeholders to gain interest, support integration is an important intervention for this. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Iruga Kingira, for the nice presentation and the recommendations. So this presentation was on the factors influencing integration of NCD into HIV/AIDS healthcare services. To remind you, the first presentation was on the role of clinical auditing by Simon Ernest, and the second presenter was Yovita Sedekia with the title or topic on routine health checkup of adolescents in Tanzania. So to you audience, I invite you now for questions or comments, whatever you think is useful towards this presentation. Karibuni sana, you're all welcome. Yes, Professor Stella Mpagano. Yeah, you can use that microphone.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, presenters, for the nice presentations. I have 3 questions. One to Simon Ernest. You described the clinical audit. Have you established it as a continuous program, or you just did once? Because I think as a measure of accountability, if you continue repeating, then we can be able to see the impact of that mechanism. Another question is to Ansbeth Iruga Kingira. You have learned about the factor influencing integration. Have you tried to learn if there is any coordinating mechanisms at the Ministry of Health? Because we know there is NCD and these TB HIV programs, but they need to create some sort of a coordination mechanism at the ministry to reinforce things to start at the lower levels. Did you touch on that? And I can repeat my question I asked to a member of the Ministry of Health. I know Ruga Kingira, you are also one.
we want to know why things are still happening in silo. For example, the conferences, scientific conferences. This is NCD conference, and again, in the same week, the ministry is convening another conference for TB and perhaps for HIV will come late. We want to know if these things are not integrated. When are we going to start the true integration? Thanks.
Okay, thanks so much. Yep. Oh, yes. Dr. Nyambura and then Dr. Kaneta.
Thank you very much. Mine is just a comment from Simon's presentation. When he was citing Kitete Hospital, like if you go there, you are more likely maybe not to be treated well. I think you wish to elaborate more, because as you rightly said, there are a lot of factors that plays in, including it might be a shortage of healthcare workers that they kind of not neglecting, but forced to neglect. I don't know the better way to use, not to take history and do the physical examination because of the load of patients they are seeing. And as you rightly said, Mloganzila might be doing very well because they have medical student residents and interns there. Mloganzila, I mean, MNH, Mloganzila, yes. So there are a lot of factors. I think it wasn't a bit fair to say if you go to Kiteto, you're more likely not to be treated well. I stand to be corrected.
Okay. I'm Dr. Ajay from KUAS. Also, I had the same comment as the previous presenter, but also I had another question based on clinical audit, which was presented by Simon Ernest. Okay, on the data which he provided, did he consider that in these past 3-4 years, there was changes in the system? Actually, if you find that there was a change from file to computer system, and also there was a change from got homies to half-year care. So when did that audit done, and where did they obtain the data? Was it from the file, or was it from the system? And also, did they consider that most of the healthcare workers, they were not trained on the computer? They were given the system and they were not trained actually. And also after clinical audit, and also, was it the first audit or was it the second audit? Thank you.
Hello, I'm Matthias from KUAS. I have, the first one was Dr. J has asked it, but now I'm going to Dr. Luca Kingira. I have 1 in 3. The first part is just a semantic clarification, if it's clear. Do we eradicate AIDS or HIV/AIDS? It's number 1. And secondly, with the trend we are going, are you sure we will eradicate this whatever type of AIDS by 2030? And the last is like a dream out of the nightmare. Do we think one day we'll have HIV-free nation or where?
Yeah, thank you very much. One is about the clinical audit. Yeah, we know when we are doing clinical audit, we have set points, and sometimes our set point is influenced by the outcome. So as the presenter said that there is important of documentation. I think other colleagues asked about it. How was it done? Files or patient? But I did my clinical audit on the pre-clinical transplant candidate evaluation or assessment at Mwimbili, about donor and the recipient. There are a lot of factors to consider sometimes. as we said, we have changed from paperworks. Now we are using computers, but also there is, we have interns, we have registrar, we have residents, we have specialists. So these are also the contributing factors which you can see. For example, a specialist can write very short notes, but very meaningful, not taking a lot of it because this patient is referred to him. The diagnosis is there. So what you do, you just do your completion and you critique, or you do other investigations, or you examine again. So the completeness of the history and it will be very different, but also the outcome. For example, to my side, when I do that, I find that we have different files. We have legal files with assessment form for the donor and the recipient. Some information you'll get in other files, like legal files, where they tell you these are related, but maybe HLA or DNA fingerprint was not that. So we need to consider all these things. But another question is the integration, Dr. Lugafingira. So funding worldwide for NCDs is only 2%, but I don't know what are the funding in HIV. But also CKD, for example, I'm interested in the kidneys. CKD is the study done by Stanifa in northern eastern Tanzania. The prevalence in rural and urban is almost 7 to 16%. But HIV only 4.8, the prevalence of this. So I was trying to think the projection, because we are now talking about the non-communicable diseases, and then what are we thinking in 2030 will be HIV and the CKD? Which one will lead? Because I'm worried about this. 2030, the prevalence maybe will be very high in people with CKD compared to HIV. So the integration should consider these things again. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saidi. I can make Korea, and that will be the last question, and then we if we can.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think I really enjoyed the presentation that we're given here, and it's excellent that we now have clinical audits that are just trying to look at what is it that we are doing. The only challenge that we are bound to face is the fact that if clinical audits are prescribed from above, then it will be difficult because you need to set up what is the target, where do you want to reach. So I think much as we have started, but it is important to have each facility setting out their own clinical audit, and setting out the outcome, So maybe we've noted that nobody is doing general examination, then we are saying, well, let's aim to make sure that 50% of our patients will be able to get their physical examination. So that is also important, because the tool that is going to be used, if you're using one tool to assess Uganda Medical Center and district hospital, you might not be able to get the same answer because of the scope of work and the nature of care that is happening. But nevertheless, it's an excellent way of starting looking at what is it that we are doing, and we should have this habit of auditing what we are doing. The other comment that I would like to give is about the integration of HIV, NCD services into the HIV. It's a good thing, because we are using the funding mechanism that is existing on HIV care, if that is the argument that we are trying to put forth. But I think it is also important for us to be careful, because NCD is not a disease. Anything that is not infectious in the hospital is potential NCD. So sometimes I feel sorry when you're talking about NCD program, because it's everything that is done in the hospital. Anemia comes in, aplastic anemia comes in, CKD comes in. So basically we're talking about improving the all aspect of care. So I guess what we are trying to say is, can we see our patient comprehensively, that whatever they have is being addressed? And I guess that's the challenge that we're trying to see now. Can we now have this comprehensive approach of looking at somebody, including their mental well-being? Because that's what the traditional healers are so good. When you go in with headache, they also tell you that your kettles are not doing very well because somebody is looking bad at you. So they are also addressing your source of income, not just your diseases. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. The last question.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Mashombo from Tanzania Diabetic Association. Thank you to the presenters. All the presentations are nice and beautiful to hear. I've just been quite preempted by the previous speaker, but I was asking myself into the references of the clinical auditing in terms of the green, yellow, and the red. What are the references? What is this red and why should that be of 50 or 70 or so? But more interestingly, I would like to know, with the presentation from all the regional referral hospitals, none has ever scored higher than something like 70 or 60, something like that. But again, who is really doing the auditing at the facility level? I'm sure this will be a clinical auditing coordinator or something of that kind. What if they are looking forward to rank high by themselves? Can't they be biased? What are the frequencies of this clinical auditing? And when will the ministry go over again and see what is happening at the regional referral hospitals? Nonetheless, I would like just to comment on it is not said widely, the gestation diabetes, of which we are sure that with the integration of the clinics, there are no screening at that level. And looking into the antenatal cardiac, you never find random blood sugar check for pregnant women. So as we can really say, we are taking care of outcomes of the pregnancy. Nonetheless, they will never visit the NCD integration clinics because they are quite isolated at the RCH clinics. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Now I'd like to welcome the presenters to respond. Please switch on the microphone and respond where you are. Some more comments, fine, but for the questions, you have to respond. Karibuni.
Yeah, thank you. I think I have quite a number of questions regarding clinical auditing. Yeah, the first one was from Professor Stella, who asked about the continuation program of this clinical auditing. It is true that we are having that problem of continuation, but currently, as the ministry, we conducted a baseline data, and then we insisted that our hospital should do internal clinical auditing and submit those reports quarterly to the ministry so that we can monitor. And externally, the ministry is doing clinical auditing biannual. So we just check because if you're auditing by yourself, you can have a bias. But at least when you conduct clinical auditing internally, there are some who are coming there to oversee what you are doing. And also, the issue of Kitete, I take that compliment that I think it's not okay to say that if you go there, your chance to survive is very minimal. So that one I think is a compliment that I should admit. And the issue of the modality, I didn't catch up the name of the person who asked it, but the clinical auditing we are participatory. There was auditors from national level, but when we go to the facility, we do with our host, with our quality improvement teams. So we used both physical and if it's glutamate or after care, so we use both because what we are auditing is a sequence of event from inpatient, from outpatient, whether the patient is died or alive. So we just audit the frequency, and then if you see the data from the physical file, you go to electronic system that are existing in the facility. And this one is the first one, the first auditing. So as I said, we have the baseline data now that we can refer. And the issue of completeness of a clerkship, because as you go higher as the clinicians, the less you document. But we suggest that even if you are taking a very minimal information, but you have a junior, because you have to countersign those notes and then you advise. I think that one will bring a benefit to our client. The issue of Professor Foria, tool usually, yeah, we got that challenge when we audited Muhimbili National Hospital, especially at EMD. We said that we cannot audit EMD service at National Muhimbili Hospital and Regional Referral Hospital. It's okay. Then we adjusted tool accordingly because we are not rigid. We audited against a minimum standard, and this is the failure of our system, because we have directed professional associations to develop protocol of care, but unfortunately, up to this moment, there are so few who develop that protocol of care that we can audit against. And I think Professor Bakari insisted also on that, but up to this moment, we are doing clinical auditing against generic tool and the principle of medicine within the other generic tool. So I think that is very bad now. And I think this is the message to you all, that will approve, and then we'll audit against those principles protocol of care. Dr. Mashombo raised the issue of score. As I've said, that we have a guideline that was approved or signed by our permanent secretary and chief medical officer. So within the guideline, we established those score that we say that at least 90% is something that is, you can say, is fair. But if it goes to 50% below, you can just think that if you are the one who the compliance is below 70%, so I think it's not good, because in health facility we are thinking that you need to comply 100%, because a simple mistake can cause further. I think I have addressed also the issue of biasness. We are not leaving them alone to conduct clinical auditing internally. We are monitoring, and that's why I said that we send an external supervisor or external auditors, so that they will, he or she will guide them during the internal clinical auditing. I don't know if I missed some or I have answered all of them. So I beg to submit. If there is any comment that I missed it, I'm here to respond. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the comments and questions. I'd like to respond to them. First of all, on the comprehensiveness of the services. As far as you said, that everything that any disease which is not infectious, that's the NCD. That's very true. And if we can address NCDs, we can improve the healthcare system, and the services could be much improved. The problem is when the HIV crisis came, we developed a vertical program for HIV. So if we could develop a program which is integrated when the HIV crisis came, it could improve the overall health system as far as the burden was concerned in the lower and middle income countries. And the issue of donor funding, it's really an issue so far, and you can see even the funding for HIV/AIDS is still huge, although the the prevalence is incidence and prevalence is somehow declining, and the goal of ending HIV/AIDS, of course, we cannot eradicate the virus, but we can eradicate the complication, the AIDS as the disease, and the global strategy for HIV/AIDS in globally, they have this goal of eradicating AIDS in 2030. So that was what I reported. Also, the issue of coordinating mechanism for these two programs, NASIP and NCD. Currently, the parliamentary committee for HIV/AIDS and drug abuse has incorporated NCDs as part of the area of intervention. So the parliamentary committee now is called the parliamentary committee for HIV/AIDS, drug abuse, and non-communicable diseases. So there are some areas where integration or coordinating mechanism have started, especially in the Parliament of Tanzania. And for the program level, we have some focal person for both programs to see how we can integrate some of diseases. For example, tuberculosis and diabetic mellitus. We are now implementing some of activities together. But also we have cervical cancer screening with HIV. So there are some of interventions which we collaborate on at implementation level, but at the national level, the Parliament Committee for HIV has incorporated NCDs as part of the area of intervention. Also on the issue of conferences, the issue is not having one conference for all the diseases, but can we implement the resolution of those conferences, the conference resolutions at par as an integrated manner? So we have the Health Sector Strategic Plan 5, which really emphasizes on integration of these diseases, which is one of the very big intervention to improve healthcare services. I hope I have addressed the comment, but others were the comments. If there is any other comment, I may be available to address them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yogi, do you have a question? No question. So audience, I can give a favor to ask question to Jovita, who presented on routine health checkup for adolescents in Tanzania. At least one question, and then we wind up. Yep. Yes. James. Correct. This one, any other TV?
Okay, thank you, Jovita, for a wonderful presentation and involvement of adolescents in health. In terms of checkup, I'm having a concern concerning on the study done and how what are the plans on contributing on the modification of policy making and making a sustainable system to make sure adolescents are really involved in health checkups. As you suggested, adolescents are prone to various medical issues, and we've been aware of the efforts done by our government in expanding of the national health insurance system. Do you think adolescents should be given priority on the expansion of the national health insurance system? And also I'm having a concern concerning on the if there are any efforts done to know the level of awareness concerning on the regularity of health checkup in youth in Tanzania, and if there are some of plans done, and do we have any study result which is indicating on the level for awareness on health checkup among adolescents in Tanzania? Thank you.
Thank you, James, for your nice questions. So the first question was about involving adolescents into the routine health checkups and whether the policymakers will take up this. So we are going to conduct this. What I presented today are the recommendations from various stakeholders for us to conduct the routine health checkups on what health conditions, where and how. So after conducting this study, which we will start conducting it in January 2023, all the findings will be presented to the policymakers so that they can take up these routine health checkups and perhaps integrate it into the existing routine health systems. And in terms of NHI, the health insurance system on whether the adolescents should be included, I think all the findings from our study after we have conducted it will be able to recommend, but because during our study, we are going to use a voucher for those students or adolescents who will have severe or acute health problems and require a referral system. We are going to refer them to a health facility using a voucher. And then after then, we can then recommend whether NHI, the National Health Insurance should be extended to include adolescents. But as we are all aware, I think the minister, from the Ministry of Health, Dr. Omi Marim recently announced that they are still working on this. And once it's become a national policy, I'm quite sure even the adolescents will also be included in the national health insurance. There'll be maybe no option. With regards to the level of awareness on routine health checkups, during our formative research, we asked whether the stakeholders knew any of the routine health checkups that are being conducted in Mwanza, and only a few reported that there were such services. They were aware of routine health checkups that are being conducted in Mwanza. And as they said, most of those routine health checkups are oftentimes integrated in other services like HIV/AIDS. So like if an adolescent go for an HIV/AIDS test, then they perform other checkups like blood pressure or weight measurement. But in terms of individual level of awareness about routine health checkups, we haven't conducted detailed or a survey or in-depth interview with individual adolescents or their parents to find out the level of awareness. And on top of my hands, I don't have a study that shows the level of awareness about routine health checkups, but I'll go and find it later. For now, I can't say that I know about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jovita. Unless if there's a burning comment or question, Sabakari, your name has been mentioned several times. Anything to add? Yeah, at least. If you have.
Chair,
Yeah, that's good.
thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I think I'm very happy. And naturally, I will comment on the clinical audit thing. I am very happy for two reasons. Why at least the ministry has done it. But the second reason is we have, the ministry has received responses. And naturally, one would have expected very defensive responses from healthcare workers. My advice to the ministry is, I think this work you should regard it as a pilot because there are significant methodological problems. So I would advise that this is baseline, but take it as a pilot. But the second step is to have improvements, especially in the tool that you are using to do the audit. And I think the best thing would be to come up with a tool that has been reached through a consensus. So you have all these important stakeholders come in, and then you develop a tool that will be acceptable. And then you use that for this external assessment of provision of care. But at least we have started, and I bet even if we come up with a tool that is going to be agreeable by many stakeholders, we will still see deficiencies. Of course, the second question will be, why are we seeing deficiencies? And then how do we address those deficiencies? But asante sana kufanya hivyo.
Thank you so much, Professor Bakari. Yeah, we clap more for Professor Bakari. Wow, thank you so much. Now, this is our end of this session. But before wind up, may we clap for the presenters for responding to questions and nice presentation. Yeah, and can we clap lastly that the lunch is also ready. Thank you so much for your time.
Yes. Lunch is ready.